I call to order this regular meeting of the Ojai Planning Committee for December 1st, 2021. Sherry, would you call the roll, please?
Chair Quilisi,
Here?
Vice Chair Nolan,
Here.
Commissioner Lottis,
Here.
Commissioner Trent,
Here.
Commissioner Bennett.
Here.
Thank you.
Terrific. Commissioner Bennett, I think you're up this time. Would you lead us in the pledge, please?
I pledge allegiance to the
The flag, United States of America,
and to the
a republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Public communications is next up on the agenda. Sherry, do we have anyone in the city hall or by attendance in the waiting room who wishes to speak on items of city business other than what's on the agenda?
No.
Chair Quilisi, if I could, I'd like to just make a statement in regards to one of the items that was scheduled for tonight, if I could.
Please, go ahead.
So at the October 20th Planning Commission meeting, the commission reviewed a lot line adjustment, which was LLA 21-001, as well as a variance request, which is VAR 21-001, which was a request located at 803 Country Club Drive. The matter was continued date certain to tonight's meeting. However, the item has since been prepared and is scheduled for December 8th, next week, through proper noticing as well. If anyone in the audience or online would like to comment on the item, they may do so through the public communication portion of this meeting, which is current.
Yes, because it's not on the agenda. Okay.
Correct.
Hearing none, I think we'll move on then from public communications to the consent items. We have the minutes of the regular meeting of November 3rd, minutes of the regular meeting of November 17th, and the midweek farmers market temporary use permit. Any commissioners have any refinements to either set of minutes?
I just wanted to make one small change to the minutes of, let me think now, which one is it? November 3rd. Under item 7, informational items, number 7, the ad hoc committee was in relation to evaluating the tree ordinance, and I just would add that,
All right.
if that's okay.
Will do.
Okay. Any other changes suggested by a commissioner? Then could we have a motion regarding the minutes of November 3rd as...
Chair Quilisi,
as-
I'm sorry. There is
Sorry.
an additional change from Commissioner Bennett.
Oh,
Yeah,
please
I'm
go
sorry,
ahead.
it's a small nitpick on page 2 of 2 on minutes for the 17th. Under the header speakers, there's a bold topic which said the commissioner spoke up and brought, and the word should be up rather than of.
Very good. Nice catch.
I don't see it. It's on. Sorry.
It's on the page 2 of 2.
Right.
In the middle where it starts out, the commissioner spoke and brought up, not up.
Oh, okay, got it. Thanks.
Thank you for that. I didn't catch either one of those. If we could have a motion regarding the minutes of November 3rd and November 17th as amended, and receive and file on the farmers market TUP. Yes, Vice Chair Nolan.
Sure, I'll make a motion that we adopt, accept the minutes from the November 3rd, 2021 and the November 17th, 2021 Planning Commission sessions
as amended.
as amended.
Okay. And the recommendation to receive and file the temporary use permit on the midweek farmers market? Would you include that?
I would include that unless anyone else has a question or a comment.
No, the entire, it's a motion to approve the entire consent calendar.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
Is there a second?
Second.
Very good. Any discussion? All right. Sherry, would you call the roll, please?
Quilisi,
Yes?
Nolan,
Yes,
Lottis,
Yes.
Trent,
Yes.
Bennett.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you all. Disclosure of site visits and ex parte contacts. I'm familiar with both sites. There are 3 sites.
No.
That's right. Yes, and also 308 Lion Street. Okay. Yes, I'm familiar with all 3 sites, having walked by them all, but I've had no ex parte contacts. Vice Chair Nolan?
I'm familiar with all 3 sites and have had no ex parte contacts.
Very good. Commissioner Lottis?
Yes, I'm also familiar with all 3 sites, and I've had no ex parte contacts.
Terrific. Commissioner Trent?
Same. Familiar with all the sites. No ex parte contacts.
Very good. Commissioner Bennett?
familiar with one of the 3 sites, the Rancho Inn, and not the others. And no ex parte communication.
Very good. Okay.
Excuse me, Chair. Did you
Yes,
wanna men-
ma'am.
Did you want to mention that Commissioner Bennett needs to recuse from item 4? 407 West Ojai? He's a client.
Is he within?
He's a
is he-
client.
So that's a good question. Are you a client of 407 West Ojai? If you could just clarify that.
I am a client of the building, I'm trying to find the address, on 407 West Ojai, yeah. So
You're a client of one of the 3 businesses in the
that's
building?
correct.
Then,
Is that it? You're a client of one of the 3 businesses in the building?
Yes,
What-
that's correct.
is this a longstanding, is there a contractual relationship for services?
It's probably a 3-year, 4-year relationship.
I would recommend recusal then.
Fine.
Okay. All right. I always take Nikhil's advice on this, by the way. He knows a lot more about the law than certainly I do, and I suspect any of us. Well, let's go ahead then. Lucas, if you or Maura will introduce the item for us, please.
Yep. Before we go into the item, though, I would need Commissioner Bennett to
Oh,
leave the room. Yes.
leave the room.
We'd ask that you leave the room. You can, and then come back when the item is when the item is finished.
We'll call you
Yep.
back.
We'll call you back.
Thank you.
Sit in the council chambers.
All right. Thank you. So
I can take.
I've got Mara here. She's prepared a report on this matter. The applicants, I believe, are in the audience tonight as well, and will likely speak on this matter when given the opportunity. So with that,
We'll hear from
Turn it
them
over to-
next.
I turn it over to Mara.
Okay, thank you, and thank you, Chair and Commissioners. So we're looking tonight at a comprehensive sign program. It's S21-009 for a sign program for a multi-tenant office building at 407 West Ojai Avenue. And this item was considered by the Planning Commission on September 15th and continued. They were continued, giving an opportunity to revise their signs. The property is comprised of a single-story, multi-tenant building, and the application is for signs for 3 tenants. And the municipal code limits the number of on-site signs to 2 signs for each property. However, if there are 3 or more signs, the Planning Commission has the flexibility to approve a comprehensive sign program for the site. So the site currently has a monument sign, as do the office buildings on both sides of, to either side of this particular property. And the Planning Commission considered the application, as I said, on September 15th, and they continued the item specifically requesting that the applicant consider alternative signs, minimizing the graphics and background, and consider vertical stacking. As previously reviewed, the applicant is proposing to remove the existing monument sign and replace it with the 3 wall signs. No illumination is proposed as previously because the businesses are not open in the evening. The applicant is now providing the Planning Commission with 2 color options, a charcoal gray and a blue tone called Hudson Bay. They are both by Benjamin Moore. Staff believes that either would complement the building. However, the blue may be a stronger attraction to the eye because it's a different color than any other color on the building, and it's brighter. But then again, the gray would also complement the building because it would be in keeping with the other colors on the building and therefore be a nice traditional element. The signs are still simple and straightforward as previously proposed. However, that they're similar in size to the original submittal, 2 of the signs have been reduced in size by 4 inches. The reduction was made by removing the black border. The layout's also been adjusted per the Planning Commission's suggestion. Although not vertical as the Commission suggested, the revised layout proposes the center sign to be installed approximately 10 inches higher than the outer 2 signs, and the staggering of the signs adds interest and follows the angle of the roof line. If the signs are placed vertically, as was suggested, the lower of the signs would be partially blocked by a vehicle if parked in that handicap spot that's in the front of the building. And let's see, as previously described, the signs are a uniform extension of the building's architectural simplicity and also color simplicity, whether going with the blue or the gray. The applicant has indicated the signs have been researched and agreed upon by all of the tenants, and the sign text for Ameritrade is corporate regulated and has been reviewed and approved by the individual corporation. And the building is family owned, and each tenant is a family member and having a separate business. The signs are unified in size, shape, colors, background, style, and design, which complies with the requirements of the municipal code. The signs are proposed to be flush mounted. They do not obstruct any portion of a window or exceed the outside wall height. The signs are compatible with the architectural features of the structure. These are all requirements of the municipal code. The text is proposed to be individual routed and painted letters, also as required by the municipal code. So I received a question as to whether the lettering is really visible and readable from passing traffic. Honestly, I'm not sure if that was a question this time or on September 15th, but I wanted you to know that I did look in the municipal code, and the text size is not regulated by the municipal code. However, the code does provide an allowance for a greater sign area if the building is set back 50 feet from the road, but that's not being requested this evening. I want to note that, as previously stated, the applicant is here if you have any questions. And lastly, the applicant has made adjustments in an attempt to satisfy the Planning Commission as well as the 3 tenants. And staff is recommending approval. If you have any questions of me or the applicant.
Hey, yes. Any questions for staff? Kathy?
Kathy Nolan's fine. Maybe Kathy Lottis.
I'm sorry. Yes,
That's
Kathy
okay.
Nolan. Sorry. Yes, and Commissioner Lottis, any questions?
So repeat the thing about the 50 feet back. Is it more than 50 feet back to,
You know what?
or we don't know?
Well, what I want to say regarding that is that they're not requesting an increase. And
Okay.
that's usually when that would come into play, is if they wanted a sign larger than they're permitted to have.
Okay,
And because it's a comprehensive sign program, they also they don't have to follow the standards because the Planning
Right.
Commission has the ability to be flexible with them, but they are under the required standards if they were to be following them.
okay. And the staff, do you have a recommendation to either do the gray or the blue? Or you're just putting that out there as equal options?
They've provided the two colors, and staff feels that either one would be appropriate.
Okay.
And so leaving it up to the planning commission to make that final determination.
Okay.
Okay.
The blue is-
Commissioner Trent? Oh, sorry.
And just one other question. So was there any discussion about at least making the two signs on either side? There's a lot of black, I mean, there's a lot of dark area, about making those signs less tall or more narrow?
They did
terms of
reduce
the
the
height?
size, they
Yes.
reduced the overall size
Right.
by eliminating the border, which eliminated some of that
Okay, that's-
area.
Right.
I see how you still see a lot of dark area, but they are reduced by 4 inches, and they're both smaller than the center sign.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Trent?
No questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay. I just had one for staff. I seem to recall from the last meeting that the charcoal or slate or whatever that gray color is was the one that was specified by Ameriprise. Is that right? Ameriprise is the center one?
Actually.
Anyway,
Oh.
I thought that blue was not acceptable. They've now changed their minds about that?
Well, the applicant can speak to that. However, I know that, well, I believe that Ameritrade is okay with that charcoal
Ameritrade.
color, and the blue is actually an Ameritrade blue. But Ameritrade was okay with either color. Is that correct?
Okay.
You know what, so we can have the applicant announce their name and
Well-
speak.
Right, sure. If we're done with questions for staff, then let's hear from the applicant. please.
I'm sorry, Chair, did you
Yes.
want to open the public hearing?
I'm sorry. So let's open the public hearing and hear from the applicant.
Say your name.
Okay, my name is Olga Jones, and I'm the owner of the Ameriprise Financial Planning Practice. And it's true that the name of it is Private Wealth Advisors, and that is supposed to be the gray color. However, because we were asked to make it a little more colorful, we got special permission from Ameriprise to use the blue. We actually prefer the gray, but if the color is an issue, we are able to do the blue.
Okay? Ma'am, hold on there. Do any commissioners have any questions for the applicant?
Well, I do.
Okay, please go ahead.
So, yes, thank you for trying to work through this with the staff and the commission. So what I asked staff was what is the constraint on the height, meaning, the narrow side or the height dimension for the two side signs? Could they be made slightly narrower? Could you go any narrower on those?
Actually, no. The Ameriprise sign has to be proportionate. It can't, in other words, the whole thing would have to be smaller or bigger, but you can't change the,
And are these are corporate regulations? Okay. All right. Okay, thanks.
Anything else? All right, is there anyone else present or in the waiting room who wishes to speak on this item? Sherry?
I don't have any raised hands. I noticed Andros in the waiting room. Did he want to speak on anything? Okay. No raised hand, no.
Not on this one. Okay. Then we'll close the public hearing and come back to discussion by the Planning Commission. I personally didn't have a problem with the last design, but I think it's kind of nice that they've followed the roof outline now by raising one of the signs above the other two and reducing the size of the two side signs. And I'm ready to go for it. Vice Chair Nolan?
I'm ready to go for it as well.
Okay, Commissioner Trent, or I'm sorry, Commissioner Lottis?
Well, I wish they weren't as dark as they are. But I'm ready to move ahead.
Well, when we get to a motion, the motion can specify, do we go with the gray or with the blue? So that's still up in the air, I think, as far as a commission decision.
But I think the intensity of either color is about the same,
Yeah, okay,
yeah.
all right. Commissioner Trent, your thoughts?
Yeah, I actually didn't have a problem with the original design, but I'm grateful that the applicant revised the plan, and I do like the new proposal. I think it actually looks better than what it did before.
I thought so too. It's a little less plain
Mhm.
to have the sign out of line with the other two. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. Could we have a motion one way or the other on item 4, please? Vice Chair Nolan, please.
Sure. I'll make a motion that we adopt sign permit S21-009 for the multi-tenant office building located at 407 West Ojai Avenue. I don't think I need to say the rest, but I
Nope.
think part of the motion would be, I was going to say, I wanted to include the gray paint as opposed to the blue as part of my motion.
Okay. Okay. Is there a second? For discussion purposes, I'll second it. Is there discussion? Anyone have any additional thoughts? All right, Jerry, would you call the roll on item 4, please?
Chair Quillisi,
Yes.
Vice Chair Nolan,
Yes.
Commissioner Lottis,
Yes.
Commissioner Trent.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you to the applicants. You have your approval now, and talk with staff to get all the paperwork right. Let's go on to item 5.
Chair
conditional
Quillisi,
use
before we
permit.
continue,
I'm sorry.
could I ask for Commissioner Bennett to come back into the room, please?
Oh, you're right. Thank you very much. Yes.
Ah, there he comes.
Very good. Glad to have you back, Jamie. All right, let's move on to item 5, a conditional use permit and design review permit regarding an expansion of the Chief's Peak Bar and other things at the Ojai Rancho Inn. Staff, would you lead us through this, please?
Yes, thank you. Good evening. My name is Lucas Seibert, Community Development Director here with the City of Ojai. The item you have before you tonight is a proposal for a conditional use permit and design review permit for 2 pieces. One is the expansion of the Chief's Peak Bar outdoor patio area. The expansion would be approximately 152 square feet in size. That expansion would be directly to the south of the existing bar area. In addition to that, the applicant is proposing a use or event aspect for weekly, monthly, and annual events. In addition to that, the weekly events themselves, just to break it down, I know it's identified within the staff report, but for the audience tonight and for everybody listening in TV land, the weekly events would include a limitation on the number of patrons of 20, and it would include not to exceed 4 weekly events. Those would be 7 days a week. The monthly events would be capped at 50 patrons. And then that would include 6 events within a 1 month period, or I'm sorry, 6 events within an annual calendar year. And then there would be an opportunity for a TUP allowing for 4 additional ones. Within that monthly aspect, the limitation would be no more than 1 within 1 calendar month. And then there is a proposal or request for annual events, which would have a cap of 150 patrons. And then those would be 2 per calendar year, with the ability for an additional temporary use permit, allowing up to 1 additional event, not to exceed 3. So just to recap, the weekly would be 4 weekly events within a 7-day time or 7-day period. The monthly would be a not to exceed 10 with 6 plus the 4. The annual would be 2 plus the 1 for a not to exceed 3. In addition to that, the applicant has provided substantial information through a parking demand analysis through Mazzoto Consulting, and that parking is to support these events. The parking itself has actually been identified off-site within 4 designated parking areas. The first one is 410 Country Club Drive. That includes 13 spaces, which would be located at the rear of the site. There is also a 729 West Ojai Avenue, which is the site which is identified as Live Sotheby's. That's 13 parking spaces. And then 409 Topa Topa is the Episcopal Church, which is 22 parking spaces, up to 22 parking spaces being made available. And then the last one is 530 West Ojai Avenue, which is the Seville building, and that's up to 25 parking spaces. And again, the Mizuto traffic consulting report, or the demand analysis, parking demand analysis, goes into detail in terms of how each of those parking lots are addressed. I should also note that this site has been, and I know it's identified within the staff report, there has been ongoing code compliance issues that date back to 2013. When this item was heard back in August August 18th of this year, staff was not fully aware of the amount of code compliance issues that have been ongoing with this site, which have really led to the conditional use permit that's before the commission for consideration tonight. Previous to that, temporary use permits had been either granted or events had just taken place without the benefit of temporary use permit. The applicants tonight are willing and certainly able to work with staff to come forward with the proposal tonight. It's been in for, discussions have been for over 2 years. The application has been in for review for over a year almost. So there's been a long road to get to where we're at tonight for discussion. With that, I'll conclude the discussion. I'll just say that staff is recommending consideration of the resolution, which is before the commission for tonight regarding the conditional use permit and the design review permit for Ojai Rancho Inn, located at 615 West Ojai Avenue, subject to the findings and conditions of approval. With that, I'll conclude my presentation. I do have a site plan as we work through this as well.
Okay,
So with that, if the commission has any questions of staff, I could certainly answer them.
let's go with that. Vice Chair Nolan, please.
Yes, I had a question. So, I'm aware from reading the staff report that there were violations on numerous occasions starting 2013 up until November 2021, well, last month. What happens when there is a violation?
So you're asking what happens when a code compliance case is brought forward?
Correct.
Well, in code compliance cases, when there is a violation, there's usually a I can't speak on any particular issue case, but there's a citation is issued, and then there's an escalating matrix from the city on citations. So citations are usually issued. City can, and again, this is not speaking about any particular code compliance issue, but the city can, for example, adopt a variety of measures, including perhaps initiating revocation of existing permits, a nuisance abatement action, and so forth. But normally the first step is a citation is issued. Or the city, if prior to citation, there may be in certain circumstances where the city will advise the property owner of a violation, which may be corrected right there. But if not, then a violation, a notice of violation followed by a citation is issued.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yep, that's correct.
Commissioner Lottis, questions?
Yeah, I just have, I'm just going to kind of walk through parts of the resolution. So how are with regard to the off-site parking, how are the spaces accessed at 410 Country Club Drive?
Yeah, so the spaces are actually
there's a dri-
accessed to the
they're-
rear.
They're in the back,
Correct.
so you access them from the back,
Yeah,
through the bike
wait,
path.
410 Country Club, hold
No.
on. 410
No, you
Country
can
Club
come off
also
Country
has a
Club.
pedestrian gate where you can access the motel directly. So there's a pedestrian gate on the eastern side.
But cars are supposed to park back there.
Correct.
So how do they get back there?
There's a driveway that leads to the rear.
Okay, from
With the
from
gate.
Country Club Road, the driveway
Correct.
accessing that area.
Correct. There's a house just
Yeah.
to the north of that property, and then to the south is
Okay.
where they would access.
Okay. And let me see here. Okay, so in terms of the sound limit, I did ask this question the last time, I think, but I want to ask it again. So the sound is 65, the sound limit is 65 dBA. What's the difference between dB and dBA? I always thought it was, well, decibel, I guess.
It's
And-
it's
and
about the
55.
weight. It's the rating of the weight
Yeah,
of it
okay.
as well. Yes.
So this is a limit of sound at the property line at any point in time? What's the time interval and where is the measurement supposed to be taken?
Yeah, so it would be taken from the moment of the complainant. So if the complainant is identifying it, we take it from that standpoint. If we're measuring the sound, it would be taken from the edge of the property, just in terms of a weighted sound measurement. If a complaint comes in, though, we measure it from where that complainant has provided
Why
that.
would we, because I
The-
thought,
the other
doesn't
thing
the
is
sound,
I
a noise ordinance talk about sound at the property line, though?
Correct. The other thing is if the commission recalls, with the exception of maybe Bennett, who I don't think was a part of the discussion then, this condition has been beefed up to address some of those concerns that were raised at that meeting on the 18th, where it was just simply stating a requirement to comply with the regulations. It's actually providing some additional context.
Okay, so what you're saying is, so if you get a complaint, we go to the complainant's property and measure the sound.
Correct.
And it can't be 65 dBA at any point in time at that complainant's property.
Correct.
If, for some reason, the city decides to go out there and measure, we measure at the property line.
Be the edge of the property line, correct.
Okay. But this is a discretionary this is a regulation that's been created just for this property. Okay,
These are specific conditions. With a conditional use permit,
yes.
and I think Commissioner Lottis, you know this just as well, there are conditions that can be applied here to ensure compliance.
Okay. Okay, and so the weekly events are not supposed to have amplification, but, they're including things like movie screenings. So I'm not sure, how can they do a movie screening without amplification?
There's other options. I'd rather have the applicant speak to that.
Okay. Okay, let's see. I do have a question on condition 22, hours of operation, B2. So we're saying monthly events, including the amplified music, food trucks, pop-up dinner is not allowed during the weekday, but we say except between 6 p.m. and 10 p.m. Is that, I'm not I don't know how that second part of that sentence reads.
Yeah, so there's a small window of opportunity during that time period. So it's a 4-hour window essentially.
Okay, so they can have monthly events during the week between 6 and 10. Correct?
Yes,
Okay.
that would
I
count
just wanna
towards
make
one.
su- I
That would
just
count
wanna-
towards one of their monthly
Okay.
events. Yes.
Okay. Okay, let's see. I think I had, let's see. Okay, no, I think that's all my questions. Thanks.
Okay, Vice Chair Nolan, please.
Yeah, I had this is a question on kind of regulating the amount of patrons and parking. So I understand, we were just presented with, there's so many patrons that are going to be allowed for a weekly, monthly, or annual event, which I get. And then we've also identified that there's going to be these overflow parking areas for places, for lots. How is that managed? Or is that something they're going to be submitting to the city? I mean, I read through everything, but I didn't see that there was a definite plan. In other words, let's just, for instance, say it's a monthly event or an annual event. Is there going to be pre-registration, or does somebody just, know about it because they're on the email list? They show up, or they just come to Ojai and park wherever? How is that going to be? How are the people, the amount of people, and the car parking? How is that going to be managed?
I would turn that to the applicant to respond.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioner Trent, questions?
Yeah, I think the same as Commissioner Nolan. How will this be monitored? How is it going to be regulated? It seems like there's quite a bit of conditions in here, and it looks like the first conditions were, first time around, quite a few complaints and maybe not adhered to as well as we might like. So just, curious about how this is going to get monitored and regulated. And, it just seems like there's
I can't speak to the monitoring, which I believe requires them to identify either on a monthly basis or a bi-monthly basis within one of these conditions. I think it's towards the end.
Report.
Yeah, I think it's condition 26
Yeah.
addresses what Commissioner Trent was talking about.
And then another question, you mentioned on 22 hours of operations, including wedding events. And I didn't see wedding events listed anywhere else except in this one particular area. And I was curious, are wedding events going to be weekly, monthly, or annual events?
I think that depends on the size.
Okay, so annual events are not limited to what's described here.
Annual events are based on the size of the event itself, so the number of patrons. So if you
Got it.
Subject matter.
Not necessarily subject. Okay, because it just says annual events, including holiday markets, seasonal events, fundraisers, and all that. Okay.
Yeah, including is meant to say including but not limited to.
Okay,
So
gotcha.
It's
All
meant
right.
to be examples of the types of
Okay.
events.
All right. Okay. That helps. Thank you. Yeah, and then the other question I think is Commissioner Lottis brought up earlier about amplification on movie screenings. Just how's that going to work? Okay,
We'll let
that's
the
it right now.
applicant address
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
Okay. Commissioner Bennett, any questions for staff?
I guess the question I got is
Your mic's off.
Yep, turn that mic on.
Yep, on attachment A, page 7 of 16, it says that an Ojai Inn staff member or individual contracted by the applicant property owner must be present to direct pedestrians from the off-street parking lots at 530 West Ojai Avenue. So, and 409 West Topatopa, the church, and Sotheby's. That's quite a large spread. Can they do that with one employee, or they have to have as many employees as are required to to cover that?
The idea is to ensure that the individuals that are parking at those locations are then safely traveling to the location. But I'd like to have the applicant respond to that specifically.
Right. The other thing is, I noticed that there's no designation of where the bicycle parking is ultimately going to be, and have they thought that through, or is it just something down the
I
road
think-
that's got to be sorted
I thought the
out?
site plan had identified the bicycle parking availability, but I thought that was closer to the north side of the site
Okay.
itself.
I'll look. Thank you.
Okay, anything more, Commissioner Bennett? Questions for staff? All right, well, I have a few. First of all, I want to thank staff for documenting the history of complaints and citations on this site. Clearly, there have been a lot, but I am curious how many of the violations since 2013 have been committed by the current owners and local management. That is, are the current owners responsible for violations other than those in September and November of this year? I think the length of a record of violations should be something that the commission considers. Can you help me there?
Yeah, so it's my understanding that it's the same owner since 2013. But I'll have them speak to how long they've been in operation
Okay.
at this location.
Great. Okay. On attachment A, then the resolution, the paragraph after condition 3D. I have looked. I don't find any section of municipal code that prevents an event patron from parking at any otherwise legal parking space anywhere in the city. And so this condition would require the applicant to enforce a law that is not on the books. Furthermore, if a patron arrives on foot at the entrance of the Rancho Inn, which will be the general case since there's very limited on-site parking, is the applicant required to ask where the patron parked or if they parked anywhere at all? My personal residence, for example, is about a 10-minute walk from the Rancho Inn. But is the applicant then required to dictate the patron cannot park in any otherwise legal parking space? And if the patron refuses to park in one of the designated alternate parking areas, is the applicant supposed to use the police power of the city or other power of persuasion to ensure compliance with this condition? I'm very concerned about this. I think that the condition itself is at least not enforceable, and I'm not convinced that it's legal. So please help me with that.
Well, just to clarify, Chair Quilistini, I thank you
Sure.
for that question. Actually, I think it was a two-part question. The reality is with each of these conditions, I'll just speak throughout this, because this is a pretty meaty amount of conditions for a conditional use permit, and rightfully so. I think in seeing the history of this site in terms of code compliance has led to these conditions. Are they enforceable? I think what we're trying to do is to put together conditions that ensure a safe event at this specific site. Hearing from the surrounding community at the August 18th meeting, and then in addition to that, just seeing the history of this site lends itself to ensuring that that these events, whether they're weekly, monthly, or annual events, are held to a safe standard. In terms of the parking that Chair Quilisi had mentioned, in terms of enforcement, there's a reason why they've put together, I would say, a pretty substantial amount of information in terms of the 4 parking lots that we're seeing here tonight. And that is to guide those individuals or patrons that are attending these events to these off-site parking locations. These events, Now, granted, the annual event is really the big event, but the monthly events are also going to have up to 50 patrons on site as well. So there's opportunities to ensure for a safe circulation, ensure that parking is available and provided. I believe I've actually got in here an additional portion of that condition that restricts parking within those surrounding neighborhoods. The impacts of an event like this, we want to make sure are being avoided as much as possible. So that, in terms of the parking piece, I think I hope I've responded to you appropriately, but if I haven't, please ask for clarification.
I will, thank you. And I have to say, I think that the signage required by condition 5 is completely reasonable, but I don't understand how, I'm sorry. I feel that enforcing parking at those locations is outside the police powers of the city and completely outside the powers of the applicant. So I don't know how this condition could be met. And I'm struggling to figure out whether the condition should be there at all, condition 3D. As I say, I like the signage required by condition 5. I think it's very reasonable. I think it's very reasonable that the applicant advise arriving patrons, that is, other than registered guests, of the availability of parking at these other places. But I don't see how the applicant, much less the city, can force anyone to park just in those locations. And like I say, I could walk to the Rancho Inn from my own home, and I haven't parked anywhere. So how is the applicant supposed to know where I parked and then use powers of persuasion somehow to keep me from parking anywhere in an otherwise legal parking space that's not in one of those alternate lots? I just don't, the logic escapes me. So please help.
If you want, I can respond to that. So it's an educational
Please.
piece, I believe, is how this could be addressed. I'll have the applicant also speak to it as well. And there's a multitude of ways that information can get out there to ensure compliance. I'll mention again, we're looking for a safe event or events in this case. And in order to do that, these conditions are in place for that reason.
And
at least from staff's recommendation standpoint. If the commission feels differently and believes differently, then those conditions can be modified, adjusted, added as the commission is led.
And from a land use perspective, putting in conditions, for example, that designate certain parking spaces or parking areas for event parking is very common. The purpose really is to understand the reason for the condition, and the condition is to prevent parking impacts to parts of the city, so that the applicant, it places the applicant in a position of by complying with this condition, they're preventing further parking impacts to the city, which is what this condition is designed to address. Those areas have been identified as places where you can limit parking impacts and limit traffic, and so that's part of it. And these are common.
Well, let me ask perhaps the question in a different way. If a prospective patron drove into town along Ojai Avenue and turned left on Bristol and made a U-turn and parked on Bristol across the street from the Seville building parking lot, would they be violating any requirements of the municipal code?
I think it's beyond the municipal code at this point, because the conditional use permit is an extension to that municipal code. And those conditions that have been outlined here tonight are addressing the situations that have been identified previously. So parking is certainly the key component to this application and this conditional use permit.
And Chair Quilisi, on your point about violating the municipal code, The condition, it doesn't, it's not a question of violating the municipal code, it's a question of violating the conditional use permit. The conditional use permit is an instrument created by the city code to anticipate condition and address conditions that may that may occur as a result of a use. And so the code gives the city, and by virtue this commission, to modify, create, and implement conditions specifically to address those impacts. So even though it may not be in the code, the code authorizes the creation of such a condition.
Okay. Let's go on, page 7, condition 5C. I want to thank you for not requiring the applicant to enforce this particular path of pedestrian travel. But I'm wondering, is it illegal? It's arguably unsafe to walk westward along the south side of Ojai Avenue between San Antonio Street and the Rancho Inn? And if it's not illegal, how is the applicant to ensure that people do not do that?
Wait, can you repeat that question?
Sure. The condition requires that the two easterly parking lots, at least at the Seville Building and the church, that people would be asked, I presume, not coerced, but asked to go south to the Ojai Trail and then westward and then in the back door, sort of the Rancho Inn property. And it specifically says you're not allowed to walk along the south side of Ojai Avenue, except that you are allowed to do that from Country Club over to the Rancho Inn. So I'm trying to understand, these conditions are very complex, and I'm not sure how the applicant is supposed to enforce some of them.
Well, I'll first respond by saying in these conditions that identify signage as one of the key components, providing information to the public in terms of how those patrons travel from one parking lot to the event itself, I think it's critical. Having a mass.
I agree with the signage.
Okay.
Yes.
Having a mass and then providing that circulation pattern, that pedestrian circulation pattern, I think is also critical here as well. It's to ensure that the applicant is aware of what that circulation pattern looks like, so that they then provide that information to the patron. Again, it's providing for a safe event from point A, which is the parking lots that have been identified, the 4 parking lots identified surrounding this motel, to the designated location, which in this case, there is an opportunity with a ped gate located on the southern side of this site, just to the north of of the trail itself. So
Yeah, okay. Let's move on. Condition 7. This talks about where the vendors are going to park. Are they required to park on site or in one of the alternative parking areas or somewhere else? The resolution is silent on that.
yeah, the condition 7 says specifically, vendors for any temporary event shall not be permitted to park on public streets or in the public right of way. So they've got really 2 choices then.
So they
Parking
could
lots
park
that have been identified
on the
or
Rancho
on site.
Inn lot, or they could park at one of the alternative lots.
Correct.
Okay. Condition 9, the phrase "fire and" is already stated in condition 15. I don't know that we need it. Condition 18, this is on page 8 of attachment A. I'm curious, what is the cost of a sign permit application? And I'm wondering, so hold that one. Is it the city's intent that each sign for each lot and each directional sign be permitted and re-permitted for each event? even if it seems logical to me, the same signs would be over and over used, and there would be one set of them. It seems reasonable to me to require an initial set of signs to be reviewed and permitted, and any changes to signage be reviewed and permitted. But the way I read this condition, and I may be misreading it, please tell me if I am, it sounds to me like right now the requirement is that every sign for every event be reviewed and permitted, even if the same sign was used in a prior event.
Sure, and I think
Am I-
that's kind of the point, Chair Quillisi, is that it's the uplift for this certainly will require a lot of coordination with staff and with the applicant.
There'll
Once
be a
that
big wave of signs at the outset, I'm sure. Yes.
Yeah, once that uplift, I mean, the reality is that a lot of the times, and I see this with other events that require or a temporary use permit, is you end up having signage out, and then you realize that some of that signage needs to be repurposed or relocated or reworded to get the message across in a clear, concise manner.
Right.
Whether that be
Sure.
through circulation or through just information. So here you're talking about a temporary sign. This is condition 18. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So condition 18 is for temporary signage. There is for signage just in general, it's a $225 flat fee. However, with this being temporary signage and that it being required for each of these events, these weekly, monthly, and annual events, it's more of a matter of consistency and clarity in terms of working with the applicant to ensure that we're providing a safe circulation pattern here.
And on that point, just the code also notes that I believe directional signs are exempt from the fee.
Okay, so the only signs that require a permit are those that identify the 4 alternative parking areas?
No, it would be permanent signage, which this is not.
This is temporary signage per event, and it's directional, so they would not have to pay the fee.
Ah, okay, very good. I didn't understand that from the condition. Thank you. Going on to page 9, condition 20. How will the city enforce the noise limit requirement? And how will it determine that the noise thresholds have been exceeded? Clearly, if you get a complaint, it's late in the evening. I can't imagine that the code compliance officer is going to run out to the Rancho Inn property with some sort of noise meter and measure something on the spot. I'm just curious how this condition is to be implemented. What is the city's role in enforcing this noise limit?
Yeah, I can certainly answer that, Chair Quillisi.
Great.
So anytime that there is code compliance issues, usually the first complaint that comes in, we document and record information. In the events of noise complaints, if we have a code compliance officer that's available, which is pretty typical, we can call upon that. We have access to code compliance officers really 7 days a week,
Okay,
if necessary. So that's certainly something that's within our purview, and certainly something that we have been enforcing recently. So I don't see an issue with that. If there ends up being a compliance issue that comes up, and it's regarding noise, we can certainly have code compliance go out and take a look at it.
okay, so the city has a noise meter
Yes.
that it can take to the site.
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Can I just ask one follow-up question?
Please go ahead.
So is there actually somebody available at night
Yes.
after 6? There is.
Yep. And we've
Up till
we've had
10 o'clock
that.
at
We've taken access upon that as well.
Okay, excellent. Page 11, condition 24. I may be misreading it again, but it sounds to me like requiring the temporary barricade to extend the width of the subject site's Ojai Avenue frontage interferes with fire and registered guest ingress and egress. Am I missing something there?
You're talking about condition number 24, which starts a
Yes,
temporary
condition
barricade
24.
be placed fronting Ojai Avenue prior to each monthly or annually held event. Now, obviously, that would not be for the weekly events. So you're asking if that deters fire from accessing it in the event of an emergency.
Yes.
And so those barricades do need to be so located so it does not do that.
Okay, perhaps the condition could be rewritten to require extending the width of the subject site's Ojai Avenue frontage except for the existing driveways. I think that's what you're talking about as well.
I mean, it could be rewritten that way. I think it's important to note that what this condition is meant to ensure is that we're not having individuals park in front of this location. So it's a deterrent.
Okay, yes. I would think they probably wouldn't park in front of the driveway, but there are jerks around, I agree. But what do you do? I mean, you want to keep the driveways open, right?
Right.
Okay. So let's see what we can do.
Chair
Each-
Close, say,
Yes, sir, please.
as Lucas mentioned, or as Director Seibert mentioned, this commission can modify these conditions as they see fit, provided that the commission agrees. But for example, on a condition like this, the commission could, for example, seek to modify it to say that the temporary barricades must not impede access to emergency vehicles. And I think that
Yeah,
solves.
okay, right, okay. You have better words than I have, and I like that. Yes, thank you. Okay, on page 12, conditions 29 and 30, I thought that a CUP was attached to the parcel and didn't ever expire. And this sounds like it does. What am I missing?
Wait, say that again? You're saying
Okay,
there's
conditions-
already an existing conditional use permit, which is from, I want to say 1985.
Right? I thought CUP went with the parcel, not with the owners, and didn't ever expire unless it's unused for some period of time.
Well, that's what these conditions
That's what
say.
that's what this
And I
says
thought
specifically.
in reading those two conditions that there was a way that the CUP would expire.
No, so the first condition reads that within 180 days of the approval, the applicant will be exercising the permit or
Right.
doing things
Okay?
that are allowed by the permit. So, for example, the applicants can't simply be granted the permit and then not do any of the activities that the permit is being approved for.
Yes,
And I
remember
imagine the
that.
applicant
Okay.
probably, that's not what the applicant wants to do either. And then the second part, 30, says that if there's a 6-month period where there is no activities that are being allowed, then it therefore causes discontinuance of the use, causes the permit to be void. So there's a trigger to start the activities, that are granted by the permit, and then there is also a lapse condition as well.
Okay.
These are
so
standard conditions.
CUPs are not really permanent.
Exactly. These are standard conditions on every CUP. That you must
Okay?
exercise your the reason for your CUP within 180 days of being granted it, and then you must not let the CUP lapse.
Right. Okay. Okay. Yes, I recall some of that from prior cases. Just a couple more questions. On page 13, conditions 42 through 45. These sound like things that the Ventura County Fire Department should be doing, not the applicant. And I don't know how am I correct in that, first of all? And if I am, how is the applicant supposed to force the fire department to do anything. It sounds like things that the fire department should be doing, ensuring the right size fire hydrants and all that. So the fire department either should be doing it or has already done it. And I don't think the applicant can legally begin modifying nearby fire hydrants if they don't meet this requirement.
So,
So
yeah, it's a
I don't
that's
know
a
how
good-
the city can require this as a condition on the applicant.
It's a good question. The response to that, Chair Quillisi, is these are standard fire conditions. These are conditions that fire has asked be included with any application that we route to them for review and consideration, where they then have the authority to check those boxes.
So these are not.
So it's not
requirements to
something.
be
I mean, it's something that
fulfilled
the
by
city isn't.
applicant.
It's something the city is enforcing, yes, but it's at the will of the fire department ultimately.
Okay, so they're not requirements to be fulfilled by the applicant.
No,
Since
they are
don't have the
requirements
power-
to be
they don't
fulfilled
have
by
the
the
power to
applicant.
ful-
But in
fulfill the
response to
requirement.
that, some of these conditions more than likely are just simply checking the box in terms of verification with fire department.
Could be, and the fire department may have already done the work on nearby fire hydrants to meet the requirements. But if they haven't, I don't see what the applicant can do. I just want to make it clear on those conditions that those are conditions that must be met, but they cannot be met by the applicant. Am I wrong in that?
No, I still think that there's a need for that to be worked out with the fire department and the applicant.
And Chair Quillisi, on that point, these conditions on fire are conditions
Yes.
as to the site itself, and so if these aren't, they do create a duty for the applicant to make sure that the fire department has done these things, and so the condition really goes to the applicant making sure that the form that they fill out, the Ventura County Fire District form, which is actually these conditions are requested by the fire district.
610B or whatever, yes,
Yeah.
okay.
That form 610 is a checklist, and so these conditions are therefore standard and part of what the fire department requires, and so it's not the applicant who's going to be going out and checking the fire hydrants, but the applicant needs to make sure that when it submits this form, this is done.
Okay. I have one remaining question, but I think it's for the applicant, so I'll hold that for now. Do any other commissioners have any, sorry for the long delay here. Any other commissioners have additional questions for staff? Yes, Commissioner Trent.
I just had a couple that sort of kind of came up as we were chatting. I was just looking at a map, and on Bristol Road, the patrons for the Seville building or the Seville parking lot would have to go cross Ojai Avenue, and they would have to walk down it and then cross Bristol Road to get to that parking lot. I don't think that there's a crosswalk on Bristol Road.
There's a crosswalk on the east side of the intersection of Bristol and Ojai.
Right, but is there one on the south where the sidewalk is next to on the south side of Ojai Avenue?
No, that's what I was asking about before. I would think that a patron could say, well, once I've reached the southeast corner of the Bristol Ojai Avenue intersection, the shortest way to the Rancho property is right along the south side of Ojai Avenue.
Yeah,
And
well, sure.
I'm not sure that the city has the police power to require that people not walk there. And if the city can't do it, I don't see how the applicant could do it.
And yeah, so that brings up another question. Does the applicant have plans to hire a full-time parking attendants that will monitor these sites, monitor overflow traffic or overflow parking, monitor the signs, monitor potential on-site consumption of alcohol, etc. Because these are events could be weddings, etc., where sometimes that happens. So I was just curious if that's part of the plan or.
So to respond to the circulation aspect, if you're so this is it for the Seville building, which has the up
Yeah.
to 25 parking spaces. Is that what you're talking about?
Mhm.
You would travel along and cross Ojai Avenue on the eastern side, and then there is a sidewalk along that eastern side. You traverse
Yep.
and continue along that. I think it turns into San Antonio, if I recall correctly, till you get to the trail. Head west, and then you're entering on the south side through that pedestrian gate for the motel for those events. In terms of how they're going to, and they meaning the applicant is going to regulate that and address those, I would turn to the applicant to respond to that.
Okay. Any other questions for staff?
Yeah, one more for staff.
Please, please, go
On
ahead.
condition 26, it outlines kind of an annual review that will be done by the city of Ojai. The staff will review the information, identify feedback received by the community, etc. Then they'll also publish information out on the website. I mean, this is just a simple question of capacity. Do we have capacity to do this kind of thing?
What do you mean by
The city?
capacity?
To
Well,
do
'cause
the annual reviews?
To do these reviews and to monitor this CUP.
Yeah, so the onus is on the applicant to provide the information. We're simply reviewing and verifying that information.
Okay. All right. Then I think that's it.
Okay. Commissioner Lottis, any additional questions for staff?
Not at this time, thanks.
Commissioner Bennett, any additional questions for staff?
Not at this time.
All right, very good. Then let's open the public hearing and hear from the applicant. Please come forward and speak to us. Is there someone there? Is there an applicant there?
Yeah.
Yep, they're
very
walking
good.
up. I think you can see them
Very
now.
good. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. Commissioners, Lucas, Sherry. I just want to say thank you for all the hard work you've all put into this.
Is the mic on over here?
I don't know.
Maybe,
There's a
Is the mic on?
maybe I'm muffled because of my mask. Can I take my mask off? Thank you. Okay, well, thank you, commissioners, for all the hard work you've put into this project. To our community, thank you, everyone. It really means a lot to me that you guys continue to show up for us and for joining on Zoom and all your thoughtful emails. I'm beyond grateful. To our neighbors, I want to assure you that if we do get approval, we will do everything we can to keep our impact as mindful as possible. We want to have an open dialogue with you and invite you to experience the property. We are available for your input and anything we can do to help ease your concerns. As a sole business owner with no investors or financial backing, the people I answer to are my team, our guests, and the community that surrounds us. Because of this, it is essential that I prioritize the integrity of our values in order to sustain the viability of our business. I appreciate that every person here is here to keep the integrity of Ojai intact. From the beginning, our core values have always involved preservation and community. The Rancho is a perfect platform for the dynamic of these values to merge together as we offer inclusivity and diversity within the culture of Ojai. We provide a place for visitors to experience Ojai through the locals, as they are the heartbeat of this town. It is essential to our values that locals have access to a space generated on their support. We are not just a motel, we are a community destination. My intentions with this conditional use permit is to gain approval in continuing to host weddings, events, and locals at the Rancho in a way that meets the city's requirements for parking and noise concerns with achievable conditions and fair allowances. In our hopes to get this permit approved, we also asked for a few amendments to the conditions. I think commissioners, you all received a letter from me. Did you get it for the amendments? Okay. The First Amendment is to change the language of Condition 3D. It states that we will be in violation of our permit if anyone coming to our property parks in public street parking. Since we cannot impose something that is not in our legal right to do so, we ask that our best efforts to inform our guests in advance and during each event about the designated parking spots will be adequate. Second is for Chief's peak hours on Sunday to have the flexibility to close at 10 p.m. instead of 8 p.m. Third is to add weddings as a separate line item. The current number of allotted events in the CUP for weekly, monthly, and annual events were agreed upon during the 2-year discussions regarding this permit. The initial agreement was for 12 monthly events. As a compromise, we agreed to decrease the number to 6 monthly events. This was before we were informed that weddings need to be a part of this permit. The fact that weddings need to be included in this was only recently brought to our attention. We've been hosting an average of 12 weddings annually. The financial health of our business depends on these weddings, as they have been a part of our business model for the past 10 years. Through discussions with the city, we have been hosting weddings with the understanding that they are part of our guest ancillary uses, and that a private event hosted by hotel guests is permissible under our current license. Please reconsider these allowances and conditions. We hope for a healthy and mutually beneficial relationship with the city moving forward, where we can all thrive with the integrity of Ojai intact. Thank you for listening, and I really hope we get your approval tonight.
Thank you, ma'am. Please stick around, because I think commissioners may have. Vice Chair Quinn, would you like to start?
Can I?
Chair Quillisi, please repeat that.
I said, thank you. Please stay at the lectern there, because I think individual commissioners may have questions for you.
Okay.
Yeah, would you mind just repeating the items that you wanted to change in the conditions of approval? I think the first one was that on 3D that you would not regulate street parking. Is that correct?
Well, we'll do everything in our best effort through signage and letting all of our guests know in advance. But it's just not in our legal right to impose that on people. I included in my letter that a few years ago during our holiday event, one of our conditions was to hire security and put up cones so that people couldn't park on Ojai Avenue. But then someone from town called the police, and the police made us remove the cones and let people park there.
Okay. I know the other one was that you wanted to have weddings as a separate item, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then what was I think there were 2 more?
The other one was to allow us to have the flexibility to have Chief's Peak open at 10 p.m. instead of 8 p.m. on Sundays.
Oh, yeah, okay, until 10. And then what was the final one?
The weddings.
Oh, so there's only 3 items?
Yes.
Okay, 3, okay, good. So, Chair Quillisi, is this okay for me to ask a couple more questions?
Please.
Okay, good.
We need to flesh out all of these things.
Okay, well, this was my general question to staff, and I think the commissioners have brought it up in one way or another. So my biggest concern is regulating the larger events, meaning the month and the annual ones, the monthly or annual ones. And it has to do with the amount of patrons, whether they're staying at the Rancho or, the general public coming in, and then the vehicles. And I know I had mentioned this when you had come in August. And I know that I've actually done this before with other venues where you go online, you register. It doesn't mean you have to pay for the registration, but essentially you get a ticket. And then you would be able to monitor how many people are coming. And at the same time, they would have to say, 1 car, 3 passengers. We're all coming to your event. You could keep track of it. And in addition, I'm saying this as a suggestion. And then also to have on your website a vicinity map that, of course, shows the Rancho Inn, shows and labels all the parking areas, and then shows the pedestrian travel paths. So that when somebody does register, they would get one of those as well. But you could actually monitor the cars and the people so much easier if you knew ahead of time. Because otherwise, I guess my question to you would be on the monthly or the annual events, are you expecting people to come into the Rancho, say, register and say, I'm here, and then somebody at the desk says, okay, you're going to park, at the Seville or at the Country Club lot. There'll be an attendant there. What's your method or mode of handling this at the monthly or annual events?
Well, we'll have a clicker at the entrance, and so we'll have someone clicking to count the number of people coming through. We'll also have staff patrolling the whole block and the parking lots and everything.
So per event, you're going to have hire a crew on a regular basis. And I think Quilisi had mentioned this earlier with our questions to staff, that are going to be monitoring the amount of people coming in, the cars and where they're going, and ensuring that they're following the recommended or required
Yes.
path of travel. So that's what your plan is going to be for each of these larger events.
Yes.
Okay.
So there'll be staff at each of the alternate lots then,
Yes.
okay?
Okay. I think those are my questions for the moment. I may have more, but I want to make sure all my fellow commissioners have a chance to.
All right, very good. Commissioner Lottis, questions?
Yeah, I needed to have the 3 items to be changed, but I have those, I've got that now.
I didn't catch which condition weddings was part of.
Yeah, it's all listed in the letter of amendments I sent you guys to, the three conditions.
And you're looking for up to 12 weddings a year?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, Commissioner Lottis, please go ahead.
Oh, no, I don't have any more questions. I just had the questions on the 3 changes. I just wanted to make
Okay.
sure I understood all of all 3.
All right, Commissioner Trent?
With the line item with the wedding, and you might have outlined this, but what is the, I'm just wondering why it needs to be a line item when the weddings can be indifferent, meaning it's the topic of the event is not necessarily the issue, it's just how many people are going to show up. So if I had a small wedding,
Right.
does it need to be a separate line item?
I think if the weddings are involving registered guests, I think it was established that they don't count as separate events. Are there weddings planned not involving any registered guests?
No, all of the weddings that occur are registered guests that book out the entire property, so they're just private events.
So,
So Chair Quilisi, on that point,
yes,
and Lucas, you can jump in here, but on that point, per the existing approvals, the property is permitted to have weddings. However, those weddings can't have outside guests. All the guests are staying at the property, and so there are approximately 12 a year. This may be a question for the applicant to answer, and I think this was an unresolved issue, is whether the applicant is seeking to pull out from the weekly, monthly, and annual a separate category for events, which would then allow outside visitors who are not residents of the hotel to attend the wedding.
So we've always been under the impression that weddings don't have to be a part of the CUP, because we have, through the 10 years that we've been in discussions with the city, it's always been understood that hotel guests and their invitees can have a private event.
Indoors.
That was never discussed
Indoors.
in the 10 years that we've been
I want to clarify that per the code, and I'm not arguing, I'm just identifying code specific. Code compliance this dates back to 2013 in terms of code compliance. Noise has been one of the issues. The events that have been taking place without proper TUP processing. Those have been weddings or any other events associated with that. Weddings were included with that. And that's a part of the code. And it's specified within the staff report.
What's a part of the code?
Correct.
What's a part of the code?
Right. So
Is
it's
it-
not.
Is it the presence of non-registered guests, the tipping point here?
Yeah. So have we recently had conversations regarding it? Yes. Has this always been a requirement within the code? Yes.
Not for us.
Hold on. In terms of indoor events, what you're speaking about is true. Anything outdoors or not within an enclosed structure requires a conditional use permit.
We've just always been under this impression from ongoing meetings that we've had with previous planning directors before you. And also in 2019, we had a hearing with the city, and Matt Sumners, your city attorney and code enforcer, and another person working for the city, Shannon, someone, but they all state in that hearing that we're allowed to have weddings, and it's part of our guest ancillary uses for hotel guests and their invitees.
Yeah, and
So
I'm not
that's
saying.
just where I got my information from.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that you're not allowed to have weddings, but indoors.
Is there a venue on the property that would hold an entire wedding party? I walked around it and didn't see one right offhand that was that big.
Not that I'm aware of. But I'd leave that for the applicant.
Well, then
We don't
perhaps
have an
the
indoor
applicant
area.
could tell us. Is it, the weddings that you have had, are they all outdoor? Are they
All
some
have been
indoor?
outdoors, yes,
They've been outdoors.
yes,
And we're now hearing that that's not legal?
exactly, yes.
That has not been legal since the code identified that as a line item within the municipal code.
Where in the
Can I just
municipal
ask,
code is that?
so how many of these weddings occur per year?
An average of 12 per year,
One a month, generally
basically, yeah.
speaking.
I also wanted to ask commissioners, or Lucas, you stated earlier that we've had many violations. I know that we've had noise complaints and police have come to the property, but when they come, they decide that there's no citation that needs to happen. So how many citations do we actually have? I know we at least have 3 maybe, but I'm not sure about more than that.
I think it's more than 3, but 3 most recently, because at this point we're to the point when a citation is issued, it's typically $500 because it's escalated to the point with ongoing citations over the years that we're no longer looking at a simple infraction of $50, but we're actually looking at the maximum amount, which is $500.
But how many have we received?
I don't have that number specifically, but it's definitely more than 3.
You mentioned something in November. Did we get cited for something in November?
Yes, there was a code complaint, but no citation issued.
Right, a complaint.
Correct.
So we're counting complaints and citations separately.
Yeah.
How many citations? Do you know, Lucas?
I just mentioned I don't have that number offhand, but I know it's definitely more than 3.
Over the last 8 years?
So
8 years,
years,
yeah. Since
10 years.
2013 is really when this whole thing started.
Okay.
We've been having events since 2012.
And a quick
Yes, but I was
question on-
referencing the first citation,
Got it.
or the first complaint that was filed,
I'm
2013.
just saying we've had it since 2012, so I feel like if we've had 3 citations in 12 years.
I'm saying it's more than likely more than 3.
Okay.
You're citing 3 that have been since 2019. It's more than 3.
I don't know.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Pilatus, were you finished with your questions of the applicant?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Trent?
Yeah, just a follow-up question to the weddings, it being a separate line item potentially, meaning it would sit outside of this this CUP. What is is there an average number of people that attend these weddings? Is there a maximum number that you have for weddings?
We're asking for 100 people per wedding.
Okay, so 100
maximum.
people every month.
Yeah.
Well, it's not a monthly event, I don't think. It's just up to 12 per year. It might be successive weekends through June.
Right.
For example.
Right. That's true.
Okay, Commissioner Bennett, questions for the applicant?
How many rooms do you have? Is it 11 or 12?
17.
You have 17 rooms. And are they all double occupancy?
Yes.
Okay, so you have a maximum, if you were to have a buyout for a wedding and everyone came with a partner, you'd have a maximum of 34 people who could theoretically, under the code, what I'm hearing, attend that wedding, and that would be the 34 people who are staying in the inn, unless that gets expanded to their guests. Is that right? And of course, if the bride and groom were staying in the hotel, their guests would constitute the remaining people who would be invited. Is that the theory that you've been thinking about and presupposing that if you did a buyout, you could have a wedding that would exceed the 34 people who are actually renting rooms? Is that
Yes.
okay? And while 100 is sort of the top end of your weddings, what's the median number?
I would say just 70.
70 people. So it's about twice what the capacity of the hotel is. And you're saying that these buyouts, these wedding buyouts, are important to the economics of your business.
Yes.
And if we just rely on the code and you go, whenever you're signing a contract for a wedding, you'd sign a contract up to 34 people, and you say you can't have any more than that, and on average, most of those people would go away and not stay there. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm impressed by the community that you seem to have developed around the restaurant or the bar.
Thank you.
James?
They're all really
and-
cute.
And there's a culture, and I don't think it's really a question of enforcement as much as it is communicating to that community that you've developed the importance for you all that they follow whatever the rules are and whatever has been developed by the planning department and you all and agreed to by them and by us. So I don't see enforcement per se as really as much of an issue as it is getting the word out to your community and having that community feel as if they want to protect you, and they do that by parking in the place you're supposed to park. But the dilemma, I think, the one that I'm most concerned about is noise. And weddings, people like to A, drink, and B, make a lot of noise. I've been to a lot of weddings. So I guess I'm not sure how you solve the noise issue, although I'm not proximate to it, so I don't know. And my experience, and I've been there a few times, that the noise has not been extreme when I've been there. So it's not, I'm used to louder weddings, I guess. So, all right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you.
We do have a decibel reader that we use around the property to ensure that we're not exceeding the 65 decibels, according to the noise ordinance. We are working on elevating the weddings and trying to steer our wedding guests away from DJs and dance parties and more just having playlists and more intimate weddings.
Okay.
And then if they
Commissioner
do
Bennett,
want
are
to
you
have a dance
finished?
party, then we're letting them know they could do like a silent disco.
Interesting. I'm sorry, Commissioner Trent, did you raise your hand again?
Oh, I apologize. I was just I've answered my own question, but back to the wedding thing, because that is an additional, so the additional 100 people coming, 12 times in the year, could be all within the summer months. So during that time, are you still going to have your monthly events with amplified music, food trucks, pop-up dinners, etc.?
Not, yes, on top of that, yes, that's what we'd like to do.
Okay, so, yeah, so, okay, I got you.
Yes, Vice Chair Nolan?
Yeah, this is a question for the applicant. Are the weddings specifically on, say, a Saturday? Or can they be any day of the week?
Saturday, usually, yes.
Saturdays, okay. Thank you.
Okay, I had one question. First of all, I know when we had our first meeting on this I think it was in August, the response that we had from the community, at least the emails that came in, were largely negative, and I think from your close neighbors. Since then, there's been quite a mix of people in favor and opposed, and frankly, most recently, mostly in favor of granting this CUP. One of the communications that came in, however, included as a part of it the form by which you had applied to the Alcoholic Beverage Commission for approval of a liquor license. And among the conditions that you volunteered, because this is an application, I have not seen the approval form. I presume you got approval in some fashion, but it would usually just cite the ABC 257 form that you filled out. But one of the conditions, applicant, that you put in was, quote, entertainment provided shall not be audible beyond the area under the control of the licensee as defined on the ABC 257 form. And I presume that that's a diagram of the property, and that you're saying that the entertainment provided will not be audible beyond the boundaries of your property. I don't think you have any other areas under your control. Is that right? Do you recall having put that in your application for the liquor license?
I don't remember, that was so long ago. I think that was 2014, maybe?
Well, it says that your AB 257 form was dated 2/13 of 2013. It sounds like that's not something that you have been doing.
What does it mean, like we would only have noise audible right outside of the bar or within the?
It says shall not be audible beyond the area under the control of the licensee, and defined on the form, which I presume defines that area under your control. And that's what concerns me about the noise. It appears that you have volunteered that the entertainment provided would not be audible beyond the bounds of your property. And clearly, when we're getting complaints, that's not the case. So I'm curious what you plan to do there to ensure that you meet the requirements that you volunteered in applying for your liquor license.
I don't know what to say. I mean, I think if we follow the noise ordinance of not going beyond 65 decibels, doesn't the noise ordinance supersede anything else?
The stricter of the two standards would actually apply in this case.
Have to
ABC
ask
rule.
the attorney about that one. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have Nikhil jump in here as well, but it's my understanding that the stricter of the two standards apply.
So when the city code is in conflict with the and the city regulations are in conflict with the state code, and it is the stricter one, as Lucas said, that applies. So the ABC controls, but City doesn't enforce it, the ABC does, so.
Okay, so it's the
I can-
ABC that enforces not audible beyond the bounds of the property. Okay, any more questions from commissioners for the applicant? All right, thank you very much for your time. We may have, oh, John, go ahead.
Sorry, one more quick question. I
Yes.
apologize. This is back to the wedding piece because I know it wasn't a part of this, but has a parking study or traffic study been done on the weddings?
If they're expecting 70 to 100 people, then it falls somewhere between the monthly and annual events.
It'll be on top of the monthly annual events.
I agree. I
Yeah.
agree. But an individual event impact would be somewhere in between the monthly impact and the annual impact.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just didn't know if the weddings were included in their traffic study or their parking study.
I'm guessing not, but the applicant should know.
Yes, I believe they fall under the monthly events, under the same timelines. So they would be,
The monthly
over the
events were
weekend.
capped at 50.
Yeah, and I'd like to just reiterate that the parking demand analysis addresses the parking demand for the use, and then puts caps on the number of patrons that are attending. It doesn't necessarily identify specific uses. It's more about the foot traffic and the vehicle traffic that you're having come in.
Right, right.
So I
But
think
monthly was capped at 50, correct?
Yes.
So it wouldn't fall under the monthly. So the parking study and the traffic study, I think it's okay for us to have the 100 people weddings on Saturdays. The only restriction we had was from 4 to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Right. So there's the restrictions between 4 and 6 p.m. and 7 and 9 a.m. Monday through Thursday.
And there's still the question of, does it involve registered guests or that plus other people? Which the city says changes the rules. Is that correct?
You're gonna have to repeat that, Steve. I'm sorry.
Okay. I say the other question, besides having additional events of some intermediate size between the monthly and annual events, there was the question of involving other than registered guests.
So
which
patrons
I think you
are
said changes the rules.
yeah, patrons is the definition that was identified within this resolution, which includes both registered and non-registered guests. So it's been clumped together.
Okay, so patrons are included in the monthly, in any of the requested events.
Correct.
Okay,
Yep, it's
so this would
identified
just be-
specifically within each of the weekly, monthly, and annual events.
Right, okay, so this would simply be another up to 12 events of some intermediate size that would occur at times to be determined throughout the year.
Yes, what the applicant is requesting for commission consideration is to pull out of the events the weddings themselves. So they act independent of the events that take place annually. So it would be 12 additional events beyond within either the and correct me if I'm wrong here, but you're identifying up to 100 patrons for these events. So it would fall either within the annual aspect or within the monthly aspect, given the context
were
of up to
smaller.
100.
Okay, Vice Chair Nolan, please.
Yeah, just a quick question for clarification. Well, number one, I would, based on, they said that usually it's a minimum of 70 and up to 100. So I would include that into annual events. But so essentially they're asking for 12 separate ones called weddings, but they're basically the same, they would fall under that category. Look at everything else. And then I guess my other question.
There are
would
only
be-
about 3 annual events right now, I think.
And
in-
members of
Well,
the commission,
two-
sorry, members of the commission, I just want to, this is questions to the applicant. It's not deliberation yet. So
Okay,
I
I'll
would
just
hold,
wait.
I would hold deliberation until the public hearing is closed.
I'll wait.
Okay. Are we then finished with questions for the applicant at the moment? Please go ahead, Vice Chair Nolan.
Well, it's actually a question for staff, and just for clarification, was my second part of my question was, so the weddings, if we decided we would include these additional 12 weddings, they would have to each one have a temporary use permit? Or did I get that wrong?
That is up to the commission.
That would be up to the commission. Okay. Thank you.
Either it's included
Could
within
be
the conditional
TUPs,
use
could be
permit or
included.
requires a temporary use permit.
Okay.
All right, just to clarify that point, and I think there currently the separate 12 weddings a year is an additional condition being sought for by the applicant, and that's why we haven't, because it's not included in the conditions of approval of this resolution or this approval. The issue really is that if the commission decides to incorporate that condition that the applicant has requested, the commission then has the ability to either say that they don't need a TUP for each of these events and it's just rolled in as part of the CUP, or the commission decides to accept that condition from the applicants or add that which the applicants are seeking, but as a caveat say that each of those 12 events will require a TUP. If that makes sense.
So it's up to us, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. If we're finished with questions for the applicant at the moment, then I thank you for your time, madam. And Sherry, do we have any speaker card people who wish to comment on this item?
Jeff Gaddis first, and then after
Thank
him
you.
will be Vaughn Montgomery.
Hi, my name is Jeff Gaddis. Thank you, commissioners. I am the Director of Operations for the Shelter Social Club, so I am tasked with actually managing and executing whatever we agree upon. I also, I think is important to note, in my other life, I build and develop homeless shelters, sobering centers, medical assisted treatment centers for adults with serious mental illness and addiction. I'm working on meth and fentanyl in the State Street corridor right now and implementing a homeless shelter downtown near the courthouse for the first time in the history of that city. So I can handle a lot and I can manage this process. But what I know I cannot manage is enforcing parking. We can certainly provide education and guidance to our guests and locals who come on, and I don't think that will be a difficult task. And we have more than enough parking assigned to be able to accomplish that. In terms of communicating events, that's something else I think we can tackle. I came here in June, I moved to Ojai in June, and joined this community and was welcomed by so many people. Thank you. And I'm amazed at the level of community support I have received, but I was vetted myself in terms of who I was and why I was here. But I was brought here to get us through this process and to work with you because that's what I do. I work with city council members, obviously sheriffs, public defenders, DAs. I put a number of facilities in that were hard for neighbors and neighborhoods to bring in and integrate into the community, but through transparency, communication, and my word. Because that's how I've been able to do what I do, is I am a man of my word. And I will do everything I can within reason and working with you to make this a success and make it a success for this community, because this community needs this company. It has made a huge impact on this city. Vendors, guests, I see the impact. I'm in those spaces talking to the locals and also people from all over the world who fall in love with this place because of who we are and what we provide. I also have a doctorate in basically creating safe and healing spaces, which is what we are, which is what we're known for. People come with us to reconnect with themselves, with each other, with nature, and again, fall in love with this community. And it is an honor for me to be a part of that and facilitate that. And again, I want to put that out there to who I am and what I can do and what Kenny asked me here to come and help you do. So I'm a collaborative person. But again, when it comes to this parking issue, that's the one thing, that enforcement piece, that's a big ask that we can't achieve. But we can address those issues of parking. That is not insurmountable by any stretch of the mean, and I have got a little bit of street cred to talk about that. So I'm here to work with you. I'm here for you to know who I am. I've even offered to Mayor Betsy to help with your issues here in Ojai, which I know you have, and with the superintendent of schools as an offering as a volunteer to be a part of this community because I'm falling in love with it. And again, I just can't state how important this organization, this company is to these people, to the guests who come here, and to the local businesses who depend on us to bring them here. And we are responsible actors. I know there's a history, and I want to note for violations or citations, I've been here since June. At the Rancho, I haven't seen none. And I facilitated
Jeff, your 3
a number of
minutes are
events.
up.
What's that?
Your 3 minutes are up.
Okay, but I haven't seen any in that time frame. I just want to note that since the time I've been here. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Sherry, who's next?
After Vaughn, it's going to be Catherine Ferguson. Vaughn?
Hello. Thank you, commissioners, for your service to this community and for being here tonight to hear us. My name is Vaughn Montgomery, and I run a local nonprofit in Miners Oaks called Greater Goods. It's community art space mostly. For about 7 years, I oversaw a concert series at the Ojai Rancho Inn called Folk Steady that I think many people in this neighborhood treasure as a lovely memory for them and their families, and a way that people were able to come together in what should be a common occurrence in this town, in my opinion, outdoor music accessible to all ages and all income levels, which sadly is very rare. So I come here mostly on behalf of the artists who were part of that tradition, which was a monthly gathering that happened for about 7 years straight until the city started getting a little picky about the interpretations of the code and forbidding it, which has been a great loss to this community, especially that was a month or two before COVID restrictions hit us. And so since then, you know, we haven't had any of that. There's very little culture going on in this town in the last couple of years. There was already a lack of it, especially, like I said, outdoor spaces for multi-generations, for all income levels. That's sorely lacking in a town like this that I think likes to present itself as a place that respects artists and culture. So yeah, I mostly come here on behalf of those folks who enjoyed what that was for a while until it got clamped down on. I think we had over 60 of those concerts, and we had one time that the police came because of noise. So some of these concerns that I'm hearing the council or the commissioner's voice are kind of ghosts. They're not real, okay? And when I go to park, to go to Rains or Rainbow Bridge or the Hub or the Hut or any place in town, really any place, nobody's asking me where I parked. That's absurd. Let the police do their job and give people parking tickets if they park illegally. Let residents call the towing company or the police if somebody's blocking their driveway. We don't need to go into all these silly little provincial details. We're at a critical place as a community and a culture. Do we want culture in this town? Do you want to stand in the way of culture in this town? Do you want to stand in the way of locals who are employed as lifeguards, security guards, bartenders, musicians, sound people? You want to stand in the way of them being able to stay in the town where they grew up and love? Okay? These are real problems that are addressed in this community, and I think you all know about them. I'm sure you must know about them. Okay? So let's not put the carriage in front of the horse. Is it possible I could speak? My wife, Karen Adivi, was the next card. Can I speak on her behalf for a few minutes?
Sure.
Thank you. What value do we place on a place like this? It's a multi-use place for both visitors and locals, both for commerce and community, place where dozens, even hundreds through the years of locals are employed by these events. Is that not worth more than parking concerns and noise concerns that can be addressed in the usual way by complaints from neighbors and enforcement from police, like it always is with all other businesses? I'm very aware of the tension between locals and newcomers in this town. It's something I've sensed all through my life. And being somebody who grew up here, moved away, and has come back, it's only gotten worse, okay? These folks who run the Rancho Inn are good, decent people who came in here from outside and started contributing immediately and supporting locals, okay? Supporting local artists, supporting local families, giving kids who don't have a public pool to go to a chance to go to the pool on a Sunday with their family and enjoy a concert for a few dollars, okay? With a lifeguard in a safe space with their family as their parents are off-gassing their work week and enjoying seeing friends and community. This is a good situation that you should be in support of. I would hope the city would endorse this 100% and support it, because it's a win-win situation that benefits locals, benefits newcomers, benefits all businesses, okay? Again, parking and noise, let those, I've done over 60 concerts at this venue. One time the police showed up in my tenure there, okay? That's very rare. And they didn't cite us. They asked us to turn it down and we complied and they left. So let's make it easier for businesses like this to serve the public and to graciously share their private space that could just be for money and offer something a little more beyond money that gives our life meaning, okay? My wife's a wedding videographer. I've been to weddings at that place. I shouldn't have to be a hotel guest to go to a wedding there. The place can accommodate 200 people. So to limit it to 30-something people, for what? Why? Who benefits? Nobody. When you have 100 people, the bartender makes more. The wedding videographer makes more. Everybody makes more. When you have 50, 70 people show up to a concert, every band member makes a little more money. Everybody benefits. To be hung up on these interpretations of codes, which I know you all have the power. You have the power to work with a business like this that's showing good faith, that's spending the money for a conditional use permit. Make it easy on them. I'm not alone in representing many locals who have cherished this place in the last 10 years as a great addition to our community in a time when there's more and more gentrification, more and more division, more and more exclusiveness, okay? This is an inclusive place that needs to be supported, and we're trusting you to honor your service to steward this town in a healthy direction. What kind of place do you want your grandkids to grow up in?
Thank you.
Shall we try again?
Catherine Ferguson, and then Julia Weisman.
Hi. Thank you, Vaughn. Thank you, Kenny. First off, I am here in support of the Rancho, asking for their CUP and their amendments to it. I am hopeful that you will honor those. I'm an event planner in town. I do weddings, bat mitzvahs, graduations, birthday parties, anniversaries, you name it. There's a part of me that's a little hung up that we have to call out weddings. In my mind, they should just be private events, just because I know a bat mitzvah is just as much as a wedding. Forgive me, I'm a little nervous. Public speaking, turns out, isn't necessarily my strong suit. My goal tonight is to represent, much like Vaughn, all of the vendors in town who are a part of the trickle-down effect of events at the Rancho. I personally staff anywhere from 2 to 6 folks to come and help me with these events. And then we have the caterer, the wait staff, the bartender, the videographer, who is very often Karen. Brandy Crockett is very often the photographer. She's a local, grew up here, single mom in town. Every person that works on my staff is from Ojai, lives here, has a mailing address here. So it's a very broad reaching scope of people who are impacted by the ability to have events here in town. And I just hope that you'll consider our voice just as much as the neighbor who complains, because we are those neighbors too, and we're working and living at these events. And I think our voice is just as much, well, just as strong as the person that calls and complains. I contribute to my family, I show up and do my job, and all the people that do with me also live here. Please take that into account as you make these decisions tonight. And that's all. Thank you.
Julia Wiseman and then Nicholas Wiseman.
You guys are going to have to move these to the Boyd Center if it goes on any longer. Hello. Until recently, Rancho has been the center of my community. We, the locals who hang out there, are primarily artists and creative professionals, drawn to the diverse and welcoming atmosphere nurtured by Kenny and the Rancho staff. I love the Rancho, and I've been attending their community-driven events since moving back to Ojai from Brooklyn in 2016. At Deck the Halls Holiday Makers Market, one of the annual events in question, I get to see friends' businesses sprout and flourish. They even have a little shop area at the front desk that stocks local artists' goods. Sorry, I'm doing this too. After the Thomas fire, Kenny went out of her way to ensure local makers got the spots folks canceled on. Entirely unprepared, I set up a sparse table of illustrated greeting cards and laser-cut snowflake ornaments. I barely covered the cost of the tree from Walker's Hay and Grain, but the post-evacuation solidarity was incredible. I've spent several Sunday summer afternoons at Folk Steady, always a favorite stop on our Ojai tour for out-of-town guests, especially those with kids. It is not loud or rowdy, and the atmosphere feels like a neighborhood block party. I have occasionally worked at Rancho events, and usually my job is to keep an eye on the pool yard. It is probably the only place a small woman would qualify as a bouncer. It's so mellow. I have worked behind the bar. I am not good at it, but it can be hard to make a living in Ojai, and any gig is always welcome. And they pay really well, by the way. Various friends work or have worked at the bar, front desk, in housekeeping, as karaoke DJ, sound mixer, manager, organizer, mural artist, you name it. To me, it feels like a family hotel. Our visitors often choose to stay at Rancho when they come to town. Kenny even works with us to house filmmakers when they screen at our local documentary film club night. Now we're in a pandemic, and I miss my little spot, and the idea that it might not be waiting at the other end of this, when we need that sense of community more than ever, is heartbreaking. Kenny and the Rancho staff have always been so generous with their time and their space. I support the CUP and patio extension and hope the city does not impose unnecessary conditions. For example, creating an app would be really expensive to do for organizing parking. And I think that would make it really difficult for this small business. Thank you.
Thank you, James.
Nicholas Wiseman and then Mark Tolkmit.
I'd like to start by saying thank you to the Planning Commission for coming together to find a solution for the Rancho conditional use permit. I think it's important to step back for a second to nearly a decade ago to what was an aging motel along the road into town. When Kenny started, she dreamed of creating a space that could be a new kind of entry point for people coming to Ojai, where visitors could experience the culture, friendship, beauty, and love that this town has to offer. It wasn't going to just be for those visiting, but for the people who lived here to have an opportunity to participate in conversation and camaraderie. I hope that everyone here has had the chance to experience some of the beautiful events that they've hosted over the past decade. I've attended multiple Folk Steady events where you'll see local families and friends laying in the grass together, kids playing, listening to live music from local musicians. Every year we look forward to Deck the Halls, which is coming up soon, annual celebration of locally made crafts from some of the Ojai's most respected artisans. I do think this is what Kenny wanted to build, and by all accounts, she did it. I know from my own experience that it's tough to be an entrepreneur. I'm 10 years into running my own company, and I'm still admittedly trying to figure things out. But to start a hotel, as she has, to redesign it, to pull the permits, to refurbish it, to staff it, to promote it, to sustain it financially, and to weather a natural disaster and a global pandemic, in the midst of all that, that takes strength, that takes dedication, that takes a lot of heart. And through it all, look what they've done. They've built a community that cares about it and wants to see it continue to flourish. Along this journey, Kenny and the team have tried and struggled at times to meet the bar that Ojai has set, not an easy one to meet by any standard. I personally witnessed them show up when needed to house first responders during the Thomas Fire, watched how they've waived fees for local artisans when they can't afford a booth, and been there when they've needed to fundraise for local charities, Help of Ojai, the Humane Society. All the while nurturing that same entrepreneurial spirit for the emerging small businesses in this town, some that now have storefronts and restaurants. So the issue at hand, where are people going to park? It's not impossible, and I know Shelter Social Club is willing and eager to make it all work with the help and support of the Planning Commission. We're here, the City Planning Commission is here, Shelter Social Club is here, and we're here to find a solution so that we all, for something that we all need and want. I'm running out of time. I got 20 seconds. While the guests at the Rancho may come, may change week to week and day to day, tourists will come and go. This place is and will continue to be an important part of my experience living here. It would be heartbreaking to myself and countless other locals to not find a compromise. Thank you for taking the time to make this work, and please approve this conditional use permit.
And Serge,
Thank you,
you'll be
Serge.
after Mark.
Yes. Thanks for taking my, or giving me the time to speak. I'm the resident, one of the residents. I'm like, would you say a deer at an NRA meeting right now? So I'm one of the residents that lives in Crestview. I've lived there for many, many, many years. And we're the ones that have to deal with the noise. I think it's great. People come and enjoy events, get to drive away and go home. But I had to raise a child there looking at, or two children, looking at me saying, Dad, when's that going to stop? I have school in the morning. It's 10 at night. It feels like my heart is beating through my chest. And I'm like, son, I don't know what to tell you. So we are the neighbors that are there. I'm 600 feet away from the Rancho. And halfway between me and the Rancho is a blind woman. I don't want to say her name right now. She is on Zoom, probably watching. And she has only one sense, or she's lost the sense of sight. She needs hearing, okay? And that's deafening. I'm the one that submitted the video from November 6th of the wedding that was going on. That started at about 4 in the afternoon. I got to hear how the bride and groom met each other, how everybody at the wedding met each other. By 10 o'clock, I got to hear them dance. And well into the night, we heard the noise. It's the events such as that that really put a dampening on the neighborhood. And there's something, when you go back to the legality there, when you were talking about the ABC, and it's really important because this is an issue in the ADA, okay? So you have the American Disabilities Act. You have a blind person between your property that's right there. And
Sir,
the
please
ABC
direct your comments to
Okay,
to the commission. Thank
and
you.
the ABC, that is a big issue right there. So there's an overlay there. It's not just noise beyond the perimeter. It's the impact of a disability person within that zone. So that really needs to be hampered and taken a good look at. As far as the events, as far as the daily goings on and the folk steady, I remember the folk steadies. They were mellow. They kind of chilled out about 6 p.m. and they just kind of went their own way. Nobody was bothered. But the events such as weddings and whatnot that just go on and on and on into the night put a big hit on the neighborhood. And it's deafening. And then as far as parking, last time I was here, we spoke. I saw Father Greg Kimamura. He's the St. Andrew's father. And he said that the applicant had spoken to him about parking, and they made a deal, this is pre-COVID, that she would submit $200 to his charity, and they would find some parking situation. That was never done. And then somebody spoke earlier about abuse as far as alcohol and drugs. He runs a thing there 5 to 6 days a week, and that's why he needs to coordinate with the parking, because he doesn't want people coming that are drinking while the others are trying to rehabilitate. So there's a lot going on there. It's not so crystal clear, and I think that really needs to be looked into. So think about the Ojai community and the people that actually live in it. I'm glad everybody wants to make money. Some of us would rather have a quality of life for our neighborhood.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. Yeah, yes. It is a nice privilege. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Thank you for your time. Have a good day.
Serge, do we have
I'm gonna walk home now.
Serge and Suni Goldstein will be on deck there.
Hi, my name's Serge Bandura. I own a local yoga and meditation center called Light and Space. The first thing I want to say is that I just want to encourage a civil discussion. You know, Kenny's a personal friend of mine for 20 years, so I, of course, have a personal feeling about this hearing. But also, you know, the gentleman who just spoke right now has a valid concern. And I also want to say I don't think it's fair for Commissioner Seibert to be thrown under the bus for, you know, like a debate over numbers of citations or for, you know, and I think the discrepancy earlier about the wedding code, and it wasn't a discrepancy about the code being versus outdoor gatherings versus indoor gatherings. I think the issue was that the applicant was saying that they just hadn't been informed of that discrepancy by past planning commission. So I don't know if this is landing what I'm saying. I'm a little nervous public speaking, but I just want to encourage like a healthy and open dialogue between all of us. That said, I love the Rancho, and you know, I think this last 2 years, one thing that's come up that's been incredibly serious for all of us is mental health, you know, and I think it's good to look at the neighbors on Crestview and the impact, but, you know, I also think that we seem to have reasonable decibel readers that can take into account that, and those are going to be used, and we even have a strategy to employ city people to come at any hour of the day while the Rancho is open to employ their use. And I can say that myself, I've been holding free public multicultural events at the Ojai Rancho Inn for the past 6.5 years. I want to say that again, free public multicultural events. And, you know, during that time, the attendees for my events have been at least, I'd say minimum 85 to 90% locals, you know, and most of those locals have been local families. And, you know, what a gift all these families have received. I think that the last 2 years, people have been stuck inside with nowhere to go. We've seen a lot of relationships end. We've seen marriages dissolve. We've seen a lot of parents in particular have a problem. And to have a place where the whole family can go dialogue with each other, enjoy each other's company, the kids can swim safely or just have a good time. I mean, this is really important stuff for the community as well. And, you know, the Rancho has become a community hub. I think there should be reasonable allowances for their expansion and to hold events that contribute to that community. I highly encourage this commission not to require a TUP for each event. I think making the Rancho jump through further hoops seems unreasonable. I think that Vaughn ultimately said it all. So I'm just going to say, remember what Vaughn said. I fully support the Rancho. I think all the amendments that they've asked for are in reason. And thank you, Commission.
After Suni, we'll have Fanny Penny.
Hello, my name is Sune, and I'm just speaking on behalf of supporting this, the conditional use permit and my experience at the Rancho as a guest there at the bar. It was one of the first places that I went to 8 years ago when I moved here. And I've seen it develop and grow, and it's something that I really admire as a small business owner. I think the sense of place that it has created, the sense of Ojai that it has created can't be understated. I know how hard it is to do that. Like, there's multi-million-dollar companies that wish they could have done what Kenny has done, and and on our own. And I think, you know, if we want to be a community that talks a lot about small businesses and talks about supporting independent businesses and women-owned businesses, we actually have to take the action to do it. And I don't want to be in a community that's corporate. And, you know, sometimes it is hard to figure out all these compliance issues. And I've never seen, I have no doubt that she wants to figure out all of these issues, but I hope that we don't get pedantic about an issue like parking and lose something that really contributes to a vibrancy and energy that can't necessarily be quantified that easily. You know, there's in city planning, I know like Walmarts require parking for the busiest day of the year, Christmas. I don't think any of us want to live in a parking lot. You know, that's why we moved to Ojai. You know, so I hope that some of these issues about larger events or whatever, we can figure out some solutions that make sense for a smaller business to comply with. And also just encourage some more progressive thinking around that. You know, a lot of people actually go to these places on bike. They do walk. They do, you know, they do figure out ways to do this. And I think, you know, with all of us here trying to figure out the kind of community that we want to live in, it's not just about parking. It's really about energy and vibrancy and community. And I've seen nothing but that from the Rancho. So I hope some of these issues we can just kind of really thoughtfully think through and get to a solution, but we don't lose the artistry that's happened here. And that's all. Thank you.
Fanny, and then we'll have Robin Gerber.
Sune, you left me 30 seconds.
Oh, sorry.
I'd just like to echo Vaughn's sentiments. And this is a really interesting time in Ojai for people who've lived here like me my entire life. There's not... it's going to be hard to stay here, the direction that things are moving at this point. So I wanted to thank Vaughn for saying that. Also, I'm just curious, like on Ojai Day, you know, my entire life of going to Ojai Day or the Lavender Festival, I don't think I've ever seen anybody concerned about where they're parking. I was just mentioning that because as a lifelong Ojai person, when I go to the Lavender Festival, I park by Rainbow Bridge and I walk over and maybe I stop at Bart's on the way and nobody ever asked me where I parked. Okay, I'm very nervous, so pardon me. So in 2013, my husband and I were married at the Rancho, very quietly, by the way. We decided in early June to get married on the summer solstice, which was 2 weeks later. We had no place lined up to have our celebration, and I called a few friends to get some ideas. And at that point, I'd only met Kenny once, but was encouraged by a friend to call her to ask about having our wedding on the back lawn. She immediately welcomed us to celebrate there and was so accommodating. And let's just say we had an incredible wedding thanks to the Rancho. And years later, people still say it was a really wonderful wedding. I should mention that including myself, 4 members of my family, an old, you know, in quotations, Ojai family, have worked for Shelter Social Club at the Rancho. Myself in the bar, my husband in the bar, my mom's the manager, et cetera, et cetera. And for us, it's a special place where we've been able to participate, learn, grow, have fun, and engage with our community, which, you know, you've heard the word community a lot tonight, but it's important to drive home. So the Rancho is an important hub of creativity and connection in Ojai. For lifelong locals like myself, for newcomers and visitors alike, it took a long time for Ojai to have a place like this, where we have a place, and especially a long time to get an event like Deck the Halls, which I just wanted to talk about for a minute. It's truly one of my favorite events of the year in Ojai, and I look forward to it for so many reasons, but it's an opportunity to connect with my contemporaries, my community, and share my work as an Ojai artist. There's truly nothing like that event in Ojai, and it was desperately needed. I've been able to generate income from my small business yearly at this event and through the patronage of Esquina Space, my good friends, Chris and Cholito, who curate the goods in the lobby of the Rancho and the Capri. So it's my hope that we can continue enjoying Deck the Halls, Chiefs Peak, and the events held at the Rancho for as long as possible. As a lifelong local, I'm so grateful to have this place to connect with friends, family, and build lasting memories with all of you people. And a lot of these people I know because of the Rancho. So, I still have 30 seconds.
No, you're past 30
Oh,
seconds.
I'm past, oh, because I took Sune's 30
You
seconds.
used up
Sorry.
Sune's
Okay, so
30
that's all I have to
seconds.
say. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Robin Gerber. Hello to the Planning Commission, and welcome Commissioner Trent, and hello Commissioner Bennett. Good to see you. Let me say that, let me speak to the three points here that I hope you'll agree to. First of all, on the weddings, let's be clear. Kenny has been doing weddings since 2012. She's been doing them outside, and she was unaware that there is an ordinance provision that says she shouldn't do that. She only recently found out, therefore, that she has to put it in the conditional use permit, and so that's all she's asking for. Once it's in the conditional use permit, she will be able to continue doing her weddings as she's doing them with the other conditions. Speaking of the other conditions, the noise. I live on Termina Lane, behind the school. And before we moved in, people said, don't live there. There's football, there's music, there's noise, there's crowds. We love living there. We knew about it, caveat emptor, and we think of it as happy noise, which is what I would encourage the neighbors to do, because as you can see, there's a much larger community that really wants these conditions to be approved. Finally, on the parking, one thing I really would like to see the Planning Commission do is be very careful about being equitable. The Thursday Farmers Market has a condition about public parking that is not punitive. And when I say punitive, I mean that this CUP, as it's written now, says that Kenny could lose her permit if she doesn't ensure that these public spots are not used. That is beyond what is in the conditions for the farmers market, for instance. I haven't looked at any others. She will make her best efforts. There will be signs, there will be people, there will be information, and all of that, which should be plenty, along with the parking spaces that she's found. I would also say that I really hope that everybody gets to go to Folk Steady, because even if you have gray hair like me and grandchildren, it's a really, really wonderful part of this town, as is everything that Kenny has been doing. Thank you.
Victoria Johansson, then Chris Albanese. Is Victoria here?
Hi, good evening. It's the first time I've ever spoken. I've been at these meetings several times. I've been here since 2000. I just want to say that my kids went to Multi-Tenant Junior High School. There were several times I had to park on Bristol, on Patio. No one asked me how you're getting to the junior high school. I had to walk. Ojai Valley Inn School is right there. If there's a game, an award ceremony, anything like that going on at the same time, you're parking. We'd leave early to try to get a parking spot. So, talking about parking, Multi-Tenant doesn't have enough parking. I live up the street from Bacalli's. There's weddings there. There's things going on all the time. We need Bacalli's. I like the music. I like listening to the weddings. It's just part of the community. And when I bought my property, I knew I'd be living up the street from Bacalli's. I'd also like to say that I own a business by the Arts Center. They have outdoor music. They have weddings. And they compete with the noise in my store. That's how close they are. But that we need the Arts Center. It makes the community. So we need all of these different businesses. So if we start putting ordinances and not allowing people to play music outside, it's going to be a big problem for the community. We're just going to be in Orange County. So I think we really need to think about what businesses we want and what type of businesses we want here. Thank you for your time.
Chris, then Larry.
Hi, how are you? My name is Chris Albanese. Thank you all for having us here tonight to be able to voice some of the things that haven't been able to have been said for a long time. My husband and I got married in Ojai. We do not live here. We have supported the community of Ojai for a long time, and we like to think that they accept all of us as friends and family. We own a business here. We have worked with Kenny for a really long time, and in being married here, we met the person who recommended to us our wedding venue at Chief's Peak over a glass of wine. And the following day after the wedding, we had a little backyard gathering in the Ojai Rancho Inn, and it still remains a very special time in our lives. I'm also a wedding planner, so I'm an event planner in Los Angeles and a wedding planner, and I understand the restrictions that a property can have. Kenny has taken all of the notes into effect by all of you over these many years and has worked really hard to make sure that she's following the letter of the law where she can. As a wedding planner and event planner, you have to assist not just the bride and groom, but make sure that the property is protected and make sure that the neighborhood is protected. And I think they do that on a regular basis. I do have to say that parking on the street in many places in Ojai is legal, and it is legal in much of the surrounding area around the Ojai Rancho Inn. And parking there does not violate any municipal code. Where there is signage, people are aware. That's the job of the city, to provide signage to make sure that people have a proper place to park. It is inconceivable to me as an event planner that you as the city would then require the venue to change the municipal code as to where people could park for the day, and for them to be required to manage and maintain that. Outside of any other event, you could park on Bristol Street when there's not an event going, but you wouldn't be able to park during an event itself. At the end of the day, I do think that this community thrives on companies like the one that Kenny has built. It is a very special place. It is a very important place to the community. It provides jobs. It brings money to the community on a regular basis. And at the end of the day, I think if you all go and participate and walk through an event like Deck the Halls, you'll see that community in real life. Thank you.
After Larry, we'll have Diane Vlasov, who's on Zoom.
Larry Steingold, 601 Pleasant. I love the energy, because there are some people here I know, and I think this is great. Hey, Larry. Hi. that come to these meetings now because they support something. And that's important for this community, even for the city council and for planning and for the school department and what went down last month. These people care, you care, I care, we all live here. Okay, so there's a deal here, okay? For this size building, for this much land, for what their usage, you know it requires 50 parking spaces, 75 parking spaces, whatever it requires for the size of the building and what they want. Let them go secure, in writing with leases, 70 parking spaces. That should satisfy the council, the commission, because that's what you require per code, whatever the number is. If they want to get more, they can go do that. But as long as they secure in writing for the length of their lease or the cup or the variance, the 70 parking spaces, and shuttle people back and forth, it complies. The sound thing, let them go talk to the neighbors. The ABC said, what, 56 decibels, and you're at 65, and 56 is the one that's important? Am I correct? I don't know if you can answer, but they've got to comply to that. So put automatic meters on the thing that shut the music off. Maybe they only play love songs after 9 o'clock. Okay? It doesn't matter. There's a deal with the neighbors. The neighbors know there's something going on. It's going to happen. They've got to talk to the neighbors and make it work. But the parking can be solved. These people want to get going. This town needs this energy. We don't need more pitchforks and torches like at the Nordhoff property. That's going to happen soon enough. But this is important. These people live here. They work here. They don't want to have to commute to Venture or some godforsaken place. Okay, this is it. How many of you live in Ojai? Okay, they're all voters. How many of you own your own properties? You pay taxes? Okay. They count just as much as I living on Pleasant and the guy living on Montgomery next to Nordhoff. And the guy who was just here aggravated about the sound. You gotta go talk to him. Okay, make it work. Seriously, I mean, he lives there. I mean, you don't need his aggravation. You don't need him with the ABC. You
Larry,
don't need him.
Larry,
Please address the
points to the
commission.
I'm sorry, anyway, thank you very much, and I hope this all works out because we need more venues and more action, but we need it controlled. And that's what they have to understand. We can't have cars and drunks and people token up on the side of the road in front of somebody's house. Sorry. Thank you.
Audio settings button menu. Did it go?
Diane, she's on
Hey,
Zoom and
Diane.
ready to go.
Am I there?
Yes, you are.
Okay, cool. My name is Diane Vlasov, and I am the blind lady Mark talked about. And I have to tell you, first, I have 3 points. Number one, the Ojai Valley Bike Trail is a Ventura County park. The only person that can permit use on that is the Ventura County Park System. Number two, the events, when you call in and you get to have a compliance officer, he's only there Friday and Saturday nights. Their events are going to be all week long. We need to have compliance officers all week long. Number three, when you are blind and you have sound interjected into the environment, it will create a masking effect, so that when you make an effort to cross a street, you cannot hear the quiet cars, and they're everywhere. They're pervasive. And Steve has a degree in physics, and he understands that. And so I can go into masking, but I'm not going to waste time on it. I know 18 visually impaired people in Ojai, and I have run into 5 tourists that are blind that have come to Ojai. Every single one of us is impacted by this potential masking situation where our life and injury is at serious risk. I can't leave my house. I'm imprisoned in my house by the Ojai Rancho Inn when they have their events because it's so loud I cannot safely leave my house. I can't return home if I'm out of the house when they have it going on, because I walk everywhere. I'm blind. Go figure. Blind people walk. We do everything without a car. And so it is beyond unacceptable to have their sound keeping me imprisoned in my house, or to make anybody that's visually impaired risk their life or limb just to cross a street. The ADA guarantees that you can walk across the street. The city has 2 choices. The city can put up vibrotactile traffic lights to control the traffic at 4 key intersections and a sidewalk down Topa Street or down Ojai Avenue so that you can safely go down either street when the Rancho Inn is exceeding their volume, and they do consistently. So you can put in traffic lights and let them have their sound, and hey, that's great. I can safely cross the street, and so can the other 18 visually impaired people that I personally know cross streets safely. That's great. Or the commission can choose to turn this down, and again, there will be no sound. Nobody will have to die for them to have their music.
Diane, your time's up. Thank you. We now have Jeremy.
Thank you.
Hey there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, there's nothing more entertaining than a silent disco. That was an amazing comment. This Ojai meeting is incredible. I just wanted to say I support the conditional use permit approval and the proposed amendments for the Ojai Rancho Inn. Listening to everybody tonight has been interesting. You know, this is about supporting culture and diversity, and helping us to decide kind of what Ojai we want to live in. And as representatives, I'm sure you gather that I represent the majority here in Ojai, but I want you to understand why. I'm a full-time resident here in Ojai. I own residential property. I'm a documentary filmmaker, and I'm dedicated to the Ojai community. My family has lived here for more than 50 years, and some of whom have helped shape this community. And ultimately, this is what this meeting is about. So I'd like to impress upon you the value created by the Social Shelter Club and the Ojai Rancho Inn. I mean, specifically, their kind of social and cultural impact on our community. The majority of our community, mind you. So the Rancho has been seminal in my own personal positive experience here in Ojai. I continue to fall in love with Ojai, and the social club and its employees have invested in our community, and I think we should invest in them. And I suspect that all of you intuitively feel the kind of positive impact of the individuals and the businesses like the Ojai Rancho Inn. So never more than now, I think that this is important to the residents of Ojai, that we have curated spaces for events and for meetups. And the Shelter Social Club and the Ojai Rancho Inn, they truly help create the opportunity for community here, for us and with us. And I'm grateful for that. I feel that to reject what they're asking for would be to reject the popular will of the Ojai community. And as representatives of the Ojai community, I suspect that you won't do that. I ask that you please grant the Ojai Rancho Inn conditional use permit approval, support their amendments that were said tonight, and support their general aim, because we are truly lucky to have their influence here in Ojai. So it's apparent to me that it would be culturally oppressive to deny the Ojai Rancho Inn from contributing to our community. They have contributed exceptionally to date, and I think we should help them continue. So thank you so much for your time, but understand, I think tonight is really about the Ojai we want to live in. Thank you.
Jeremy, could I ask your last name?
So it's Corbell.
Jeremy, could I ask your last name?
Yeah, it's Corbell.
Spell it for me?
Not publicly. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. We now have Maeve, who's our last speaker chair.
Thank you.
Hi there. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Maeve McAuliffe, and I am here tonight to support Kenny and the conditional use permit and also her amendments. And I thank everyone on the commission for listening to everyone tonight and considering everything everyone's saying. I just wanted to say one of my first experiences of this community was at Deck the Halls at Kenny's Hotel. And we had just moved into town. I'd been coming here for 12 years. I'm also a woman business owner trying to figure things out in this town. And it's been really challenging through COVID and, you know, big risks being a business owner. So what she's done is absolutely incredible. And I remember I met shepherds, massage therapists, musicians, artisans, and all of these amazing people who have become my community since I lived here. And I don't know how I really would have plugged in and if I would have fallen in love with the place the way that I did if there weren't spaces like Kenny's. And also Vaughn's and Greater Goods. I used to go there a lot too before the pandemic. And I would just urge you to support her conditional use permits and her amendments. And it's been really beautiful to hear how meaningful this has been to the community. I feel like there hasn't been a lot of space for us all to come together in support of something. And it's really beautiful and it's really heartwarming. So that's really all I have to say. Thank you so much for listening.
Sherry, is that the end of the list?
Yes.
All right, terrific. Then we'll close the public hearing and go back into deliberations with just the commission. You want to start, Vice Chair Nolan?
Thank you, Chair Quillisi. Yeah, well, first of all, I always want to thank the community for showing up. You know, it shows kind of dedication, and I appreciate it. I also wanted to say, and I'm representing myself, but probably the commission in general. And I think we're all in favor of businesses thriving in Ojai and the community. You know, I think the tough part is that we have the code that we have to deal with, and to make sure that projects that come through meet the code, whether you like the code or not. That's part of our job. And so I think the things that we really have to look at are the amount of events, you know, adding or considering the addition of the Kenny's 3 requests, and then you know, the sound, and then of course the parking issue. How's that going to work? And I'm just kind of recapping right now, but I don't know, maybe one of the first things we may want to look at and discuss as a commission is, you know, adding those 3 conditions or not, but maybe going through them item by item and then we pipe in.
Agreed. Okay, well, let's do some general comments around the horn.
Yeah.
And then come back to the individual amendments. I think
Okay.
that's a great idea. Commissioner Lottis, your thoughts?
Well, I certainly, I'm very empathetic to the maker community, the arts, the creative community in this town. It's fabulous and is very important. And I appreciate everybody coming out to say something. However, I mean, this was approved as a hotel. It was built as a hotel. That's what the residents were expecting, basically. And we're really talking about a whole nother level of activity and intensity of uses on the site. And that's what I am concerned about. I'm concerned about the scale and the number of events that we're talking about. And I'm also a little concerned about some of the hours going until 10 o'clock during the week, for example, starting at 8 a.m. on the weekend. So I'm concerned about the frequency of the particularly the larger events. Quiet of things like the yoga classes, the art classes, things without any amplification. You know, that's probably fine. And the smaller groups. So anyway, I am concerned about that. It seems like, I mean, the off-site parking, you know, we do have a parking problem in the city. You've worked really hard to find places where you can do off-site parking. It's just, well, I'm concerned about the temporary nature of this because I think the leases are all month to month. I am concerned about that. And I'm kind of concerned about, okay, if you can do this, how many other places are we going to start looking at all this off-site parking? So I think you've worked it out, but I'm a little bit hesitant in terms of the precedent it's establishing, whether in fact those other sites are actually empty all the time. I don't think they get a lot of use, but it's a lot of off-site parking that we're talking about, so, and a number of different sites. So I just am a little bit concerned about that. Other than that, I think making sure that we're clear on all the directional event signage and who's responsible for it, and how it's reviewed by the staff. I think that's, I think those are my main concerns. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Trent?
Thanks. Yeah, I agree with everybody. I'm happy that the community has come out once again. This is great. We're getting a lot of good response from the community in the last few
Unusual
meetings.
for us.
Unusual for us. No, it's just it's really neat to see. It just builds a better community overall, and I think we're all here for the same purpose. We all want to see a thriving Ojai and a community that we all love and cherish. So I want to agree with my fellow commissioners. I feel like the Rancho certainly has a community. It seems like it's a very special community, and I don't think anybody wants to take that away. However, I think there was a speaker who mentioned, we do need to set some boundaries. We don't want to inadvertently create a precedent that businesses just don't need parking, because that sets a precedence for other businesses to expand outside of their footprint and to do things that will start impacting neighborhoods and start increasing the traffic and the volume in Ojai. Tourism is already a concern amongst a lot of folks in Ojai, and obviously we're a tourist-driven economy, so we need to balance the tourist economy as well as the needs of our community. Tourism creates quite a burden on our infrastructure, on our roads, our utilities, our water. So we have to pay for that eventually as a city, and obviously the taxes go to pay for that. But having increases of that kind of volume with events just kind of compounds things. So I think it's, as one Commissioner Lottis mentioned, it's not necessarily the events or even the bigger occasional events, but it's the volume of some of these and the scale. And what kind of concerns me is the weddings are going to be on top of these events, which just means this could be going on every weekend. We could have something where there's quite a bit of noise and there's quite a bit of traffic and there's parking. And I just don't feel comfortable because I haven't seen any sort of concrete parking plan. I see conditional requirements around what the permit does, but I'd really love to see what the applicant's plans are on how they're going to manage this. It just seems like there's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of extra parking places that need to be monitored, that need to be enforced. I think even one speaker mentioned that nobody wants to have people parked in front of their houses and drinking and doing that kind of thing. So we have to address that, and we have to figure out, well, how are we going to address that? Because what's great for the wedding party is not necessarily great for the neighborhood. So there's a balancing act. So I think that's that. I would like to see some sort of concrete plan to help address some of these parking concerns, and I just don't see it. There just seems to be lots of conditions, and I just don't know how any of these conditions are going to be enforced or monitored, and it's just a bit concerning.
Okay, thank you, John. Commissioner Bennett?
I actually come away with a different feeling. I come away with some optimism. This is a piece of work, this document, it is a piece of work between the applicant and the planning department. I think they've crafted a lot of the solutions here. They've thought about all sorts of things. Amazing how thoughtful and deep this is. I can't think of everything. And actually, they're not looking for more. You know, you look at it, oh, all this new stuff. Well, no, this is what's going on now. They've described in this document that which they're currently doing. And perhaps they should have been doing it, but they're describing what they're doing. So there's nothing, this thing is not going to trigger more. Hopefully, it's going to trigger a set of rules that everyone agrees to abide by, and not a polarized thing, but something where the people who have to interpret the code and the people who have to administer and try and make a living doing it have come together and tried to put a document together. And I have no reason to believe that there was an oops, we left out weddings because we didn't think that weddings were controlled by the set of rules. And I understand that, but I think it was interesting reading all the correspondence that's come in and listening to everyone who spoke tonight. This is a very special place, and it's a very special meaning to a significant number of people in the community, and it's one of the very few places where tourists and coming in from out of town and locals get together and talk about Ojai, which I think is a marvelous thing when it happens. And I've been there, so I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it work. I really applaud the staff for having put so much effort into this, and for the people who run the Rancho Inn to have gone through its process. So anyway, it's a lot of work for you all, a lot of photographs and maps, and so as I say, I entered this with some optimism and hope we can find a way to work through these things.
Thank you, Commissioner Bennett. I think I share the views of my fellow commissioners in that we have both an interest in sticking as close to the rules of the city as we can, or that we don't find an overwhelming reason to change. I think the 3 amendments we need to talk about. I think at the same time, we need to be mindful of the very real complaints that have arisen about noise at this venue. I don't want to get into how many citations and how many complaints, but the number of complaints is indicative of a problem. And I think we need to monitor the noise very carefully. I haven't exactly figured out how to do that, whether we need to require that the applicant have someone on staff who does nothing but monitor the noise and controls the level of the entertainment provided, the noise from that entertainment. Maybe that's the way to do it, I'm not sure. And I want to talk a lot more about the parking. But overall, and I have not ever stayed at the Rancho. I haven't attended any events there, but I can see that a lot of people in the community feel that it's very important that the Rancho continue to provide the level of service through events, if you will, that it has been providing to the community. I salute Commissioner Bennett for noting that while the weddings may have been going on in spite of a misunderstanding, I don't think that the applicant is asking for any more in the way of events than have historically been there. And so I think we need to keep that in mind as we consider what kind of event count there is. So that's my general thoughts. How about if we...
Chair Closey?
Yes, please.
Just for clarity of record, my suggestion would be, because, for clarity of record and for clarity for the staff as well, my suggestion would be that first the commission consider the resolution without any amendments, and if there's any issues with the resolution presented by staff, the commission agree on any changes or accept it as is, and then consider each of the 3 amendments suggested by the applicant, one by one.
Okay, that's fine with me. What is the sense of the commission? Do we want to go with the resolution as it stands, without any changes, without any amendments? I have to say, I would say no. Vice Chair Nolan?
I would like to go through the resolution as well, having a few questions. And then, as Nikhil said, we could first go through the resolution and then the 3 requests.
I think what Nikhil was asking is,
Oh, maybe I misunderstood.
do we want to take the resolution as it's presented, or do we want to modify it?
Oh, well, the one thing that I had made notes about was, generally I'm okay with it, but when I get to the parking, I'm wondering if there would be a condition that would require just a parking people management plan and the map with pedestrian access on it. I mean, call it an educational item or what have you, but I feel like having that having the city having that from the get-go just feels, I'm trying to think of it seems easier. It seems like there would be an understanding from the start, just to make the flow a lot better.
So you would agree that we ought to have some modifications to the resolution as currently written?
So that would be a modification, and whether that would fall under the parking one, I'd have to go back and look at the number, or if that would be an additional condition.
Sure. Okay,
Let's see how
Commissioner
everybody
Lawtus,
else feels.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I would just say, let's see how everyone else pipes in about that.
Commissioner Lawtus, modifications or no?
Yeah, I would go for modifications.
Very good.
I'm looking, in terms of weekly events, what I'm thinking of is that we need to reduce the number of events, have a 1-year trial period, and at the end of 1 year, we re-review the conditional use permit. If everything has worked well, I think we could allow some of the additional events. So for example, weekly events, maybe 4 per week, monthly events, 6 per year, the 2 annual events, and I guess the weddings, although we may really want to look at the frequency kind of during the summer. Is it every single weekend during the summer that we have something big happening? I'm concerned about that. So I'm thinking of pulling back on the total number of events and requiring a review of the CUP. That way, if it's working well, great. Allow some expansion. Where if there are problems that are appearing, those get reevaluated and perhaps the conditions revised at that time. So.
Okay, I think the numbers that you quoted, though, 4 weekly events per week, and what was it, 6
Well, I'm just
monthly
going to the
events per
basic-
year
the
and 2
basic-
annual events per year?
Well, see, I'm just saying that I think the way it's written, no more than 4 weekly, but what can we go up to? I thought it could go up to something. Just maximum 4 per week?
Yeah,
is
it's
that
4
it?
for the weekly,
Okay.
6 for the
6
monthly.
but you
However,
could go up
there's
to 10.
can go up to 10, correct?
And 2 annual, but you could go up to 3 plus
3.
the weddings. So I'd like to take a close, I'd like to pull back a little bit on that. And I think I would like to pull back on some of the late hours, or starting at 8, going all the way till 10 at night. I think that's just, I don't know, it seems really long. And allowing, and I think going till 10 during the weekday is probably not great either.
Okay, so yes to modifications.
Yes, modification.
Okay.
With a
Commissioner
review,
Trent?
if this gets approved, I would really like to see a condition of review of the CUP at the end of 1 year
Okay.
added.
Commissioner Trent, as is or with modifications?
I think with modifications, I agree with Commissioner Nolan. I think having some sort of parking plan on how this is going to be managed would be nice to have. Some sort of pedestrian map, circulation flow, I think would be very helpful, just to see how the facility is going to manage.
Yep.
I mean, I know they're doing it, and I was maybe misunderstood. I thought they were increasing the amount of events that they were doing per year, total net increase. And maybe the applicant can step in saying, no, there is no net increase in the events. These are the current number of events that we're already doing. I mean, that would be helpful, I think. But I was under the impression that we were actually increasing the number of events. But it sounds like,
Chair Quillisi,
not clear if we are.
could you?
Yes, please, Lucas.
Could you afford the opportunity for the applicant to respond to that?
Sure. Do we have to reopen the public hearing, Nikhil?
No.
No.
This is not a public hearing.
So no, this wouldn't be an increase for what we're currently already doing. It would be actually a decrease. Folk Study was happening once a month for 7 years, and on top of weddings and other events that we were hosting as well. So this would be a decrease.
And Folk Study had how many patrons? Do you, as an estimate?
I don't know. It would just kind of depend. It would go anywhere from like around 50. I would say 50-ish.
So like the other
Thank you. That's helpful.
requested monthly events. Okay. By the way, Commissioner Trent, you may notice that there's a little thing called chat down at the bottom of your screen.
Yeah.
Someone had asked, has the Rancho Inn secured permission from any or all of the parking locations? And the answer from the city was yes, the applicants have signed agreements with all 4 of the parking lots.
Awesome.
And I also wanted to speak more on that too, is that Lucas told us that we need 4 people per it's 4 people per vehicle. So the maximum number of people that were allowed for our annual events, our biggest events, would be 150 people. So that would be only 38 spots that we would need, but we've secured 80.
Great.
Very helpful. Thank you.
A lot of people don't pack the cars.
Is that,
Commissioner Bennett?
can I ask a question?
Yes. Who's asking?
So is the 150 an all-day total, or what is it? At any one time? What is?
It's a maximum capacity.
Okay.
So they could
for the
have
day?
for the
Per hour?
So once they hit 150, I think that's the key here is they're looking at. So think about someone had mentioned a Walmart parking lot, right? You're thinking about the maximum number of patrons. They're seeing events within the annual aspects of being up to 100. So at any one time, they've seen 150 people there. That's not to say that throughout the day there's only going to be 150.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yeah. People may come for part of the day, I would think, and you could have a turnover in that, but you're not allowed to exceed the maximum capacity. Is that right, Lucas?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, please step up where you can be recorded. Thank
So
you.
I just wanted to address your concern about the 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. events. We wouldn't have anything that starts at 8 a.m. and goes until 10 p.m., but people start setting up earlier and things like that. And so we just want to have the flexibility to have those hours, but it wouldn't go that long. Usually events are from like 4 to 10 at the most.
Thank you. Commissioner Bennett, are you in favor of modifications or no?
Depends on what the modifications are.
Turn your mic on, please.
I must say, my tendency is
Bennett, can you turn on your mic, please? Thank you.
I'm sorry, I was being smart there. I said it depends on what the modifications are, but I do my tendency is to say the staff has worked out with the applicant something, and I'm not sure. And the material is very dense here. A lot of the answers that are being thrown around here as open questions aren't open questions. They've been resolved by the two parties, and they're buried in here. Maybe not effectively in terms of presenting a parking plan per se, but obviously maps and things like that. But I'm not sure that it's best to legislate all that stuff. I think that that's going to get done. I mean, I'm really not worried about that. What I'm worried about is, I'm worried about the neighbors, but I also take the fact that this is Ojai. I live in the upper Ojai. I got motorcycles running up and down the streets all day long. It's like, you want noise. I'd love to have a little music at 9:45 at night. But the motorcycles at 4:45 in the afternoon on Sunday, all going back to LA, is not a pleasant thing. But, at a certain point in time, you say, bury it. It's where you live. This is what you get. This is a motorcycle center of, North America, it would appear. And so, my tendency is to say a lot of this stuff is going to get taken care of administratively. And I think there's a good framework here. So I would actually push to vote on it, but I wouldn't, push that to the extent that I wouldn't think that it couldn't be improved on. But I'm not hearing a lot right now that I think is going to improve what has already been done by staff and the Rancho.
Okay, thank you. Well, I think the general consensus is we want to make some modifications to the resolution as written. I see 4 issues. There is the addition of weddings. There is the parking. Oh, I'm sorry, that's one of the 4. And the hours of operation, particularly Sunday nights. And I have some thoughts on that, but I'd like to just take them one at a time and get the sense of the commission. Let's say on the issue of weddings of average 70 and up to 100 people, up to 12 per year. Would you generally be in favor of adding that to the formal number of events, but apparently not the historic number of events at this venue? Vice Chair Nolan?
So I look at those as being, annual large events up to, 100 people. It's interesting. I'm kind of going back and forth because I was thinking that this was like a whole extra, but it sounds like they've already been doing that many in addition to 1 or 2 other large events. So, I don't know. I might have to take a pass and come back on that one.
Okay.
I'm kind of deliberating in my head on that one. Do you want to just do item by item and then come back again?
I think so. I think we just go item by item, and then we can vote on the individual changes, and then if there are changes, and add those. And I'm sure staff is very capable of taking the sense of the commission and putting that into the resolution if there's a change.
Right.
Commissioner Lottis, about the wedding.
So we've got 12 weddings and then, up to 3 annual events. So, that's definitely more than one big event a month. So, what were the, I was just trying to look for there's the Deck the Hall and there's, what is it?
That folk story?
The hall is at Christmas, right, or the holiday season?
I'd rather have the applicant speak to
Okay.
the events that they have on an annual basis.
Okay.
I think you have to come to the mic.
we do that,
So
please?
it's Deck the Hall, that's December. And what's the other one?
We usually have a benefit event
And when does that occur?
in the spring.
Okay.
What sort of benefit are we talking about?
One year we did it for Ojai Valley Land Conservancy. What else did we do? I feel like I don't know. We've had different ones. I just can't. My brain is fried. I'm sorry.
This is just a gathering with music.
Yeah, like
and
the one we
maybe
had for
food
Ojai
trucks
Valley.
and such.
The one we had for the Land Conservancy was like a screening for International Women's Day. It was like a movie that Patagonia had, and it was just to raise money for them. I don't know if they had food. I actually wasn't there. Jonathan? What is it? Oh, yes, Thomas Fires. I can't remember them all.
But generally, you have
Yeah,
one
the-
event, and it's in the spring, in like May, or something like that.
Yeah, and it's
One in
usually together with
December,
a
one in
nonprofit.
May.
Yeah.
And you would like to do 12 weddings, but most of those weddings probably occur May through
May, June, July,
September.
that kind of thing.
When are they?
No.
We don't do as many in the summer. We're not doing as many in the summer. We're not doing as many in the summer because that's the peak season for us with our destination guests.
Okay.
So we move it out. So between the months of June to October, we would do one per month. Because that's the time that when most people are coming into town. So we're just trying to strip down that because we're more of a destination at that point.
Okay.
And then
so
weddings would be moved off into those other
weddings
months when it's
are-
less impact on the city as well.
So weddings are primarily October to.
October to,
May?
yeah. Yes,
Okay.
and we've moved that around as a part of a way of adjusting to this, to really spreading it out and also not putting as much use on the city as well, because that's a peak time for the city.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that helped.
And Commissioner Trent, your thought about the weddings?
So we're trying to figure out if these are included in the annual events or if these need a separate line item. That's correct?
They're asking for a separate line item because the city defines differently.
Right. Yeah. And does the sound limitations on here, would they be different than the weddings, or the weddings have their own requirements around sound?
My sense would be that they should be the same. We're talking about protecting the neighborhood from the same level of sound, no matter what the event is.
Right, but like if, for example, it says no amplified music for all weekly events. If a wedding occurs during the week,
Wedding, yeah.
The weddings, we asked for Saturdays and Sundays, and all events would fall within the noise ordinance of 65 decibels.
right, but the amplification of music could still apply, is that correct?
Problem.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah. So I think I'd like to see, yeah, probably as a separate line item, just to see exactly what the weddings entail. I think that would be great.
I'd also like to note there was a mention of staffing and the decimal readers and having someone as a designated staff to monitor that and work with the event coordinator or whoever it is that's administering the sound. We're already doing that. We've implemented that over the summer. That's just standard operating procedure for us. We have a staff on call with a decimal reader who's reading events and working with us. I'm on site as well, monitoring it with them to make sure that's going on. So that's happening.
So including that as a condition would not change what you're currently doing.
No, that wouldn't change it.
Okay. Commissioner Bennett, your thoughts on the weddings?
I'm taking at face value that they were running at 12 a year, and it seems to me that there's one, the assumption was that there was one patron, the person who's paying for the party to buy out the hotel, and so it's not like having it open to the general public and not being able to measure how many people are going to come because you've got your RSVPs. So I would vote yes on weddings, and I don't think I think the rest of the rules in terms of both parking and sound and other things are fine. But, I think if you're already doing it and it gives people some comfort, if we wanted to add a line that you'll have a decibel meter available at the front desk at all times, and there'll be one person who is trained in doing it. And that
Absolutely.
anyone who wants to find out how many decibels there are at the thing just goes to that person and he walks.
At the edge of the property, yeah.
And, and in good faith, yes, and good faith effort, we've got legitimate decimal readers.
Yeah.
But also in good faith effort to the community as well, that's known, that we're doing that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But anyway, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I think we should allow them to have the weddings.
Okay.
Commissioner Bennett, if I could just interject regarding the applicant measuring decibel reading for noise versus staff going out and doing that same measurement. It would be staff that would rule over that decibel reading because
Sure.
we would have the proper equipment and the know-how. I'm not taking anything away from the applicant on this. I certainly want to make sure that they're following and staying in compliance as well, but staff would be going out and doing that reading in the event that there is a noise concern.
Well, I would ask, then in fairness, I would ask that we have that information about what it is that you're trained to do that differentiates your reading from our reading so that we make sure that we're being consistent, so I don't have someone coming out and getting a different read than me because you're going at it from a different standard. So in fairness, if we could get some data or information about what you're doing so we can train the staff.
Yeah, that information is actually per code. It
Okay.
specifies actually how to do, not necessarily how to do the reading, but specifically what the reading is meant for.
So if I see the code and I read the code and we're reading it and he comes out, we're reading the same thing if I'm going off the code.
And that's what we'll be following, yes.
Okay.
I do have a question about that.
Yes, ma'am.
Chair? So, okay, wait a minute, though. We've got a condition that's, that whole DB 65 and 55. What is
65
that?
and 55, I think it's
There's
conditioned.
that condition,
Mhm.
but that condition, I think is, that's saying you can't have any sound that exceeds the 65 or the 55 at any time. But I think
Correct.
code has the noise measurement is based on an average on a 5-minute
Yeah, and I think
interval.
that's actually
So it's a
an
little bit
important
different.
point.
Yeah.
It's one, what the code says specifically, and two, what this conditional use permit
I
has in
don't-
terms of
which-
conditions.
So we need to decide.
The conditions would rule in
Okay.
that case.
Okay.
The
I mean,
conditions in the CUP or the conditions in the
within
ordinance?
the conditions within the CUP.
Conditions would
The
rule.
ordinance serves as the framework.
Okay.
But
The
this is,
CUP offers specific
This
regulation.
is a little bit more restrictive. I mean, overall, I am very concerned about amplification, and a lot of amplification. And, you know, if the music could be non-amplified primarily, I'd be a lot happier. Or if you can think of a way to, well, acoustic, you know, and small groups.
Let's
Okay,
let's
but we
keep
have
the
a
con-
history
let's keep the
of-
conversation
we have a
within the
chronology of
commission,
some
please.
problems, and so I think that we need to talk about this, and I am concerned about amplification.
I am
I can hear the music from Libby Bowl, and it's fine. It's faint, and I hear it whenever they have a concert there.
It's
The
not faint at my house.
actually end fairly early, but I just think
I'm looking
I don't know
at
how
that.
to write a condition that says minimize amplification, really, but
No,
I
I
am
don't
concerned about
see how we can do that either, but we can at least say that the CUP limits on noise are at least the same as what's in the municipal code.
That's,
or we can be stricter.
you
Or we
can
could
be
be
stricter, but it has to be done in a way that's enforceable and
Yes.
actually achievable. So staff have put in this condition. You could, you could ask staff to further finesse this condition but at this point, absent some concrete language to address that issue, I think.
Well, I guess I would suggest that the noise measurement should be measured at the property line. We don't
Yes.
say that.
Mhm.
Yes, that's the code.
But I
Yes,
think
at the
we need
property
to
line.
say that in this condition.
Okay.
Because there was a
Something that could be
discrepancy
added.
about whether
Yeah.
it's a complaint
Certainly.
or whether it's.
That can be added.
Initiated, so.
Yeah.
I guess so. Condition 20, I would like to see as measured at the property line.
That's fine.
Right.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah, or the ABC form said anywhere in the area that's under the control of the licensee,
And
which
that
would
is our,
be
and that is our
the whole
understanding.
property.
That was already our understanding of what we're managing.
Okay, good, good.
All right, I would ask Nikhil, do we need to vote item by item to modify the resolution?
If there's consensus on modifications, then you could do it all as one vote, and I would recommend all as one vote so staff can keep track of it.
Okay.
And so I think, I mean, I'm following along here, and it's, correct me if I'm wrong, Chair, but I think the commission has reached a consensus on noise, not having heard anything contrary, and the
Right.
commission has perhaps reached a consensus on weddings, not having heard anything contrary.
I think so.
And then the last issue that remains unresolved, and again, this is for the accuracy of the record, is the ask from the applicant regarding the expanded hours of the Chief's Peak Bar.
But there's also, she asked
I'm
for
sorry.
3D to be removed as well.
Yes, and sorry, the
Oh, right.
applicant also asked that 3D be removed as well. I perhaps this is a point of clarification, but 3D says up to 13 parking spaces to be provided and available at 410 Country Club Drive, available 7 days a week, and then below 3D there is guidance language, and the applicant is asking that language be modified or terminated. I think perhaps the commission needs further clarification on that.
Yeah, I'd like to make a suggestion about 3D. I still fail to see how the applicant can enforce a parking rule like that. But if 3D were to say that the applicant has to provide the alternate parking, has to provide signage at each of the alternate parking places, has to provide guidance, say on the website, that event parking should take place at those 4 alternate sites, and that the applicant's staff that will be at each of the 4 sites point out that people should park there. It could go on the website about event parking, say you should park at one of these alternate sites for one of these events. And then that the staff also request that anyone who does park there, please take the path of pedestrian access that's laid out in the resolution. That way, I don't see how we can hold the applicant responsible for enforcing that parking or that pedestrian pathway. I don't know how they do it. I don't see how the city can do it. I don't think it's in the police powers of the city. But if we call for a best effort and we require all the signage, and especially if there is something on the website that calls out, you should park there, I think that the city has asked all that it can reasonably ask of the applicant. But I would enjoy hearing from my fellow commissioners. Chair Nolan.
Thank you. I'm going to say I agree with you. And essentially, you just added the 2 things that I was hoping we could add. But I think by putting the map with showing the Rancho Inn, the adjacent parking lots, a vicinity map of that portion of downtown Ojai, and the path travel for the pedestrians. So, and it's linked to when somebody wants to find out about any of the events, or they're going to be having a wedding or whatever, that's associated with it. I mean, that's going to be, like you said, we have to, we're looking at them putting forward their best foot forward or their best plan. And I agree, you can't completely monitor where everyone's going to park, but we're going to do our best here.
Yeah, you
And
can't
then-
shoot them.
No, and then the parking plan could be as simple or as complicated as they want to, but they need, up front when people register or they want to find out about an event, there's a link or something that just on their website that says, we have these 4 lots, here's the breakdown. Feel free to call, or if they want to do it over the internet or however they want to set it up. But at least there's something there, like a prompt, so people are aware up front.
Right. And the advice that you should park there.
Exactly. And I'm in agreement with what you just proposed.
Okay. Commissioner Lottis?
Yeah, I'm good with that. I think that's a good solution.
Okay. Commissioner Trent?
I completely agree. I think that most event locations that have off-site parking have some sort of outline or map or some direction or some plan to give to their patrons. So yeah, I think that's just part of any event type of planning.
And Commissioner Bennett, your thoughts?
I agree with the general.
Your mic?
Yeah, your mic's not on.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I've got to learn. I agree with the general thrust of the conversation. I think that asking them to cover with 4 separate personnel a number of lots, one of which has got 13 slots in it, it seems to be overkill. But they can figure that out. They'll fill up that one and they'll move the person to another one. But you need to have adequate personnel. And I think you're going to need the personnel also trying to shoo people along the paths to the back entrance to the hotel and things like that. So, but I think in general terms, I think this is all good.
Okay. Lucas, do you feel like you have a sense of what the commission would like you to do to modify that parking stuff?
Yeah, I think I've got the gist of the language. I just want to be clear about what is being struck here. Are we talking about the paragraph directly below item 3D?
Yes. It's 3D and the subparagraphs under it, I think.
So is it both paragraphs then? With the replacement of, I just want to be
Vice
clear.
Chair Nolan? I don't have the
Mention that
resolution.
we're not striking 3D. There's language below it.
It's the
Correct.
2 paragraphs. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the
Yeah.
two
I think
paragraphs
we
below
need to-
3D.
We need to just be clear that we're not striking actual 3D, which is for 410 Country Club. It's the paragraph below it.
But the second paragraph is only talking about what happens if they lose agreement to
their
use
lease.
any of the off-site parking
And I would recommend
lots.
the
Keep it.
commission keep that
Yeah.
paragraph because this is a requirement for them to obtain the, and that is something within our power, the commission's power to do, within the city's power to do is require off-site parking agreements.
Yeah. And I
Oh,
mean,
yes,
again, once
definitely.
again,
We're all in
these
agreement on
are
that.
month to month,
Yes.
so.
And
Absolutely.
May I read the suggestion that I did in the amendment for the language of 3D? Oh, shoot. Sorry. It is the applicant property owner's responsibility to implement the measures defined in condition 5AI during each event. Additionally, applicant property owner shall take reasonable measures to educate and inform patrons of approved parking locations under the conditional use permit and design review permit. This includes providing educational information regarding approved parking locations and procedures in marketing and promotional material for events permitted under the conditional use permit, as well as approved signage in front of the property and on street corners during the event. Applicant/property owner shall inform event attendees in advance and during each event that they must park in the approved locations in their best efforts to avoid adverse impacts to the residential neighborhoods and major roads.
Well said.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
I think, can we add the thing about, the map? Can you put the maps? I'd like to have that wording
We'll make a
added to,
Map on the website.
yeah.
Chair Quillisi, I think then staff then has direction, and just to clarify for the commission, the staff then has direction to incorporate both with the commission's language and the applicant's suggested language and synthesize it as part of the amended resolution. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, I think so, right?
Yep.
And I think there's now one remaining item, is the hours for the Chief's Peak Bar.
Yeah, the one thing that I wrote down, taking notes on the applicant's request, was going later on Sunday night till 10 p.m. I'm worried about things going till 10 p.m. when there's a school night following. So I wouldn't have a problem with 10 p.m. Friday and Saturday nights, but Sunday through Thursday nights, I would like to see the noise abated earlier than 10 p.m. I don't know what, I don't have all the resolution right in front of me at the moment. Lucas, what's in the resolution at the moment for operating hours?
Hold on, let me look at it real quick here.
For events, not having the bar open.
Monday through Thursday, 10 p.m. is it closes, and Friday, Saturday, 10 p.m., Sunday, 8 p.m.
Yep, that's 22A.
Current is in the ordinance.
Right. 22A, correct.
22A, okay.
So right now, we close the bar at 8 p.m. on Sundays, but I was asking for the flexibility to close it at 10 for holiday weekends and our high season, which is the summer months.
I would be okay with 10 p.m. on an evening that does not precede a regular school day. So if you've got a 3-day weekend, Sunday night, I think 10 p.m. is okay. But the rest of the time, I'm kind of sensitive. I don't have young children in the house anymore, but I once did, and they need their sleep too. Vice Chair Nolan.
Yeah, maybe a possible solution or something to discuss would be maybe they can stay open till 10 on Sunday, but the sound or any amplification gets cut off earlier.
Yeah,
Totally
that's
fine with
fine.
That could work.
It is. I'm not worried about the Chief's Peak Bar being open
It's
till
the
10
sound.
p.m.
Yeah.
It's the noise that
Yeah.
might accompany the amplified music that might accompany it.
Yeah.
So, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I mean, they've also got the expanded patio area that's into the pool. So, I don't know.
Well, our pool hours are until 10 p.m., but we could, if you guys want, keep everyone in Chief's Peak from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. indoors.
Oh, keep it inside.
May I make a suggestion, Mr. Chairman, that we separate
please.
the hours of the operation of the Chief's Peak and the amplification issue? Because if it's all taking place inside the bar and the door is closed, there's not an issue.
And it's
It's
very low.
only when you
can't do that.
when you start putting sound outside, and
And we're already sensitive to sound
well,
amplification.
but maybe you say, okay, you'll not have sound, outside after 9 o'clock, and you can shut it at 10 o'clock,
we're
or
already
whatever.
sensitive to that, but based on the fact that we have guests there that are outside of the bar staying there, so we're dialing it down at night anyway, because we have guests right up against the bar that we don't want them to be impacted too. So there's already a built-in sensitivity to that sound outside that we're monitoring. So we're dropping it down as the evening goes on.
So Chair Quilisi, perhaps an
I
amendment
don't see
then-
that documented anywhere, but please go ahead, Nikhil.
Well, I was going to say perhaps an amendment then, Chair Quilisi, and this is for the commission, would be to accept the amendment from the applicant, but require that hours on after 8 p.m., that the bar not be open outdoors after 8 p.m. on Sundays, and only activities be done indoors. But
Yeah, my recollection from having walked around the Chief Peak Bar is that the portion of it that can actually be closed off is currently maybe a half of the total area, and with this expansion would be perhaps a quarter of the total area. The rest of it is either completely open air or it's under a roof, but it's not closed off to the outside world. So that's my level of concern about the noise around the bar. Can we look at the noise levels again? You said 65 dBA
We're well below.
at some times and 55 dBA at some times. Lucas, is that right?
Yeah, so you're looking at 65 dBA between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. and 55 after 10 p.m. Condition 20, I just want to bring this to the attention of the commission.
Yeah.
20C states no amplified music shall be allowed for all events after 9 p.m. Now, that doesn't necessarily address the Chief's Peak situation that we're talking about right here, but I wanted to just note that.
Right.
Okay. And condition 20, subcondition, whatever, is something
20C.
that you and the applicant have agreed on already?
Yes, that's part of the initial resolution.
Okay.
But I do want to continue to note that we're monitoring sound because of our guests anyway in the evening, and we're well below those decimals around the bar at all times. We never exceed those around the bar. It's very quiet.
Okay. Well, if we're complying with the municipal code in terms of noise levels, then I'm satisfied.
Thank you.
But I still would like to see things cut off before 10 p.m. if there's a school day coming next. And I recognize holiday weekends are an exception to that, but maybe we can write it so that the kids who have to go to school the next day are going to have some relief starting at 8 or 9 p.m., not 10. What do you all think?
So, Steve, are you saying no amplified music on Sundays after 8?
I would say that's what's in the resolution right now, and I think that's reasonable unless it's a holiday weekend and there's no school the next day. Yes.
Chair Quilisi, just to correct.
Please go ahead.
It's no amplified music shall be allowed for all events after 9 p.m. right now in the resolution.
But there's something about on the Sundays.
Oh, I thought he was talking about the actual hours, though.
Oh, it's not, once again, for me, it's not the hours of operation of the bar or even the gatherings that worries me, it's the noise level. So if we're talking about no amplified music after 9, and we can push that 65 dB, if we could push that to 55 after 9 p.m. instead of after 10 p.m., I think that would go a long way with all the folks that live around the Rancho Inn.
That's doable on our part.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we change it, strike the 10 and change it to 9 p.m.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
For outside amplified music? Yes.
That includes whatever noise you're producing.
Right. Even if it's a film after 9, it can't be over 55.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
They wouldn't be.
Yeah.
Are there any other issues that we have to bring up here?
So we would be keeping the hours as it's presented in the resolution. So it's your.
My feeling would be that 8 p.m. versus 10 p.m. versus 8 p.m. on Sundays is okay if we have that noise limitation in place.
Right.
Then we shouldn't be bothering the kids that have to be in school the next morning.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay. So, Lucas, perhaps you could, I think we've covered all the issues here then. Lucas, could you just briefly summarize what you think is the sense of the commission here?
Can we just circle back on these hours? I want to make sure that I'm covering this correctly. So it's in 22A, or are we looking at 20C in terms of modifying?
22A.
22A regarding Chief's Peak?
Yes.
So that's 55 dBA after 9 p.m.?
After 9 p.m.
Okay.
Oh, so you're going to change 20.
20, yeah,
At the
20 has to
at
be
the very
changed.
top, you're
Yep.
going to change that to 9.
So both 20 and 22
Oh, I see what
need
you're
some-
saying. 20,
some changes.
20 specifies 65 dBA between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. and then it goes on to say and 55 dB after 10 p.m.
Right, so change the 10s to 9s.
9.
Okay.
Does that include the weekend, like Friday and Saturday, or is that across the board?
It looks like it's across the board the way this is written.
How is it stated there?
It's stated across the board, but the commission could just say, write it so that that
Oh, make
particular
it-
change only applies to Sundays.
Yes.
Um,
That would be great.
I
Okay with that.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with 10 p.m. on Friday and Saturday nights and on Sunday nights if Monday's a holiday.
All right.
So how do we do that?
Is that too complicated?
Lucas
I mean, we can
write it.
specify it within 22A as well.
Yeah. We
Mr.
don't want
Chairman,
any,
Are you
Including
excluding,
holiday weekends or something to that
Right.
effect.
it's something, yeah.
Steve, are you excluding the summertime when school's not in session?
That was my thought when
Yeah.
we're talking about when there is when the schools are open the next day, I'd like to see it cut back earlier. And so in the summer, that
Yeah.
doesn't apply.
Because summer is a holiday, right?
Summer's a holiday, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well-
So it looks like it's minor changes to 20.
Okay, but we
Within
are
that.
adding as measured at property line, right?
Yes, you are.
Yes, as measured at the property line.
I mean, if we
That's-
have that and we have the no amplified music allowed for after 9 p.m. for all events.
We did change that again. Oh, no, you're correct. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yep.
That stays, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's okay as it is.
Yeah. We did it.
So are we there? Do we have the modifications in place, Lucas?
Yes. So that's what 20. So that's modifying the hours down to 9 p.m. Is when it switches over to 55 dB. And then the measurement itself will be taken from the property line.
Yes, and the operating hours can go till 10 as far as I'm concerned, as long as there isn't a school day the next day.
Okay. Okay.
And I apologize, just to make sure that we're all clear. 20, that applies to weddings as well?
Applies to all
Across the
events.
board.
Yeah,
All events, yeah.
I mean, it's across the board.
yes.
Yep.
All right, folks. Well, we have several amendments, several conditions that have minor amendments to them. The biggest thing I think probably is adding the weddings. Are we ready to take a vote on the resolution as amended?
So, Chair Quilisi, then my suggestion
Yes.
would be that any motion would be a motion to approve the resolution as amended by the commission, incorporating the amendments, incorporating the changes made during the commission hearing. And
What he said.
changes
Okay.
made and
Yes.
approved. I'm sorry.
Okay, do we have a motion?
Well,
Go ahead.
wait. Okay, so we're leaving the events as they are. So, okay, for clarification, it's 4 events on the weekly, correct?
Mhm.
It's 6 events on the monthly. But now I can't.
It's not
figure
6
out-
per month, it's 6 monthly events per year,
6 monthly events per year.
right?
But what's to get to 10, we need planning commission approval? Is that what we're saying?
No, it
Or
would
we
be
talking
it'd be a temporary
TUPs?
use permit. So that would be done at staff level.
Okay,
Or,
okay.
And the 2 annual could go to 3 with a TUP.
With the TUP, plus weddings. Okay, well,
Plus weddings.
I would really like to propose that the CUP be reviewed at the end of a year. I mean, I know we don't typically do that, but given the history here, I just think that we should just take a look at how it's working after a year.
I'll have to admit, if I could just chime
Yeah, go
in here.
ahead. Weigh in.
It has not been uncommon for me to see conditional use permits done this way in other cities.
Oh, it's not uncommon in other cities. It's uncommon here.
Well, I'm saying I haven't seen that here, but it's not uncommon
It's
to see
not
a
uncommon.
condition
That's correct.
added where you do a review. And either that's a cursory review of the,
If everything's going well, yeah, a cursory review.
So,
If there are issues that have arisen, then they probably should be brought up.
if the commission is
Now-
amenable, then the language would then be that as part of the approval, that the matter be brought back within in 1 calendar year for review of, and that could, and then
Yeah.
review could simply mean, and that's a staff discretion, review could simply mean a report from staff,
Fine.
and then,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Let's keep it simple if
Yeah.
possible.
Do we do it then, or I'm thinking since there is already an annual report and review that's
Correct.
required every January, how about if we say
consolidate.
that the review of the CUP take place more or less at the same time, and I'm not sure what the right language is there, Nikhil.
So you would say
Same
that
time as the review of the first annual report.
yeah, so that the language would then therefore would be that this conditional use permit shall be reviewed by the commission at the time of the filing of the annual report. And I believe the first one will then be filed in January 2023.
Sounds right.
So
Okay.
that would probably be the best way of putting it.
That work for everybody?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Well, let's add that. I guess that would be a newly numbered condition.
Yeah, staff will incorporate that. Yes.
Okay?
So is
Then I
it
think
time
we
to move
at
the
least
question,
have,
Mr. Chairman?
I'm sorry, go ahead, Jamie.
I was going to say, is it time to move the question? And if so, I'd like to move the question.
Well, we have, yes, it's time to call for the question and a second, whatever the question might turn out to be. But Nikhil said it right. I think
move
the
that we
resolution
approve what
as
we've done.
presented with the modifications arising from the discussions of the planning commission this evening.
can I just ask for clarification on the weddings? What is the number? I know the applicant had identified 12. The commission was deliberating, but I don't know that I necessarily heard a consensus on what that number looks like. Whether
Okay,
it's
I
12
thought
or
the
it's another
consensus was 12 would be okay since they're not all going to happen consecutive weekends in June and July.
So
that
I'm
all
sorry,
right?
Chair. There's a motion on the table brought by Commissioner Bennett. Now the next step
I'm sorry.
Is there a
Okay.
second?
What exactly was the motion? Oh, you had restated and Commissioner Bennett said, yeah, what he said?
Yes, basically.
Oh, I missed
Okay.
that too, yeah.
Can we modify the motion first or not? That has to be seconded first.
There'd be a-
If the motion is to approve the resolution as amended, then we can incorporate it all in one vote, I think.
Yes,
So
but
is,
I'd be happy to accept a friendly amendment if you'd like, so that we can keep.
with the review of the CUP?
yes. But I think that was part of the. That was so. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Let's back up for a second here, because there's a lot of. So the review of the CUP was agreed on by consensus by the commission. So which was incorporated by staff. So the appropriate motion would be a motion to approve the resolution as amended by this commission, with those of incorporating the amendments and changes approved by the commission. That's probably the simplest way of doing it. So
Okay,
Um,
so we have the motion,
But you
we need
made
a
the-
second.
Made that as a motion.
You made that as a
And
motion.
there's been no second. And
I'll second.
Okay, very good. Any more discussion of the motion?
So now do we need to direct you on the weddings, or was
No.
that done yet? That has not been done.
no, that's been done. That's part of the,
The weddings have been done?
yes.
Okay.
This
Weddings have
is
been
incorporating all
done.
the changes.
Okay.
Oh, okay, I thought
All
we
right.
didn't, I thought there was ambiguity about the weddings.
No, I think you just answered that.
Very good.
Okay.
And Sherry, will you call the roll on item number 5?
Quilisi,
Yes.
Nolan,
Yes.
Lottis,
Yes.
Trent,
Yes.
Bennett.
yes.
Motion passes.
Very good. Alcalucas. All right, let's move on to.
Chair
to
Quilisi?
item- Yes, please.
Chair Quilisi, if I could I ask for a recess? I've got to use the restroom.
Certainly. Need,
It's been a
need
long
10
night.
minutes, 10 minutes to reset everything?
Yeah.
Let's do that. Okay, I have 7:50 PM. Let's reconvene at 8 PM.
So it'll be 10 p.m. our time. Because you're in Texas.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's 10 PM your time. Oh, it's coming up on midnight here.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Okay.
you must be a little later.
Oh, okay. Let's take 10 and reconvene on the hour. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for the warning.
Good night.
Thank you. Thank you.
How are you?
Great. How are you?
Good.
Everything you say is still going out to the public. Cool.
Thank you, all of you guys, so much. I really appreciate. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay, Chair, we're ready for item 6.
Okay. Yes, I was just pulling up the drawing package here. There.
And the owner applicants are on Zoom.
Okay, is everybody else back? Commissioner Trent, Commissioner Nolan, or Vice Chair Nolan? Are you there? Want to make sure we all hear it. Oh, and Commissioner Bennett just exited. Yes, it's only been 6 minutes out of our 10-minute break.
It's true.
Well, I think the folks in City Hall and the folks out there in TV land got a good view of the sausage being made today. So something everybody needs to learn and appreciate. This is not easy work that we're doing. All right, there are 3 of us back. I see Kathy Nolan has unmuted. I think both our on-site commissioners have disappeared. Oh, there they go. All right.
I had to get a snack. Well, I should probably turn my video off. There we go.
It was easier here in Austin with an 8 o'clock start. I did get dinner in before the meeting.
Hmm.
And John Trent, are you back with us yet?
Chair, we do have a quorum, so.
Oh, yes, we do have a quorum. Okay. Well, let's pick it up then and go to item 6, the design review permit 21-011 at 308 Lion Street. Lucas or Maura?
Yes, thank you,
Tell
Chair
us about
Quillisi.
that.
I'll just identify that Maura has a presentation, or not PowerPoint, but a
Excellent.
presentation put together, and she's going to run through that right now for this project.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. This proposal, as you said, located at 308 Lion Street, is a proposal for a first and second story addition to an existing single-story, single-family residence. The specifics include an approximately 110 square foot addition to the first story and an 819 square foot addition, or excuse me, second story addition, which includes a 90 square foot balcony and an exterior staircase. The site is located in the Village Mixed Use Zone. The surrounding zoning for abutting properties to the north, south, and west are also Village Mixed Use, and the properties to the south are zoned general commercial. Due to the VMU location, the Planning Commission is charged with the review and determination of the DRP for all exterior alterations modifying the structure. If the site were not in the VMU zone, the Planning Commission would still be considering this because it has a second story addition. However, you would only be looking at the second story addition. There's an existing detached ADU on the property, which was originally an unpermitted conversion of an existing garage structure. The property owner legalized the ADU through the city's compliance program in 2019. The first story addition includes expanding the northeast exterior walls, which adds about 110 square feet of floor area. It enlarges 2 existing bedrooms and an existing utility room. There are no additional rooms being added to the first story. There's an existing washer and dryer, which is accessed from the outside as part of the addition. And remodel, it will still be accessed through the outside. However, it'll be enclosed in a little inset area. The second story addition includes 2 bedrooms. 1 bathroom is proposed and is accessed through what is identified as a master bedroom. There's also a walk-in closet and a wet bar, both of which are in the what's identified as a master bedroom. There's an internal and external staircase proposed, and the external staircase enters into the identified master bedroom. The addition is proposed to match the colors and materials of the existing roof shingles, shingle siding, trim, and window type. The neighborhood is a mixture of architectural styles and includes a couple of 2-story structures nearby. The proposed second story is discrete as it is set back towards the rear of the existing residence. Architecturally, the additions blend as if they were original to the structure. Staff has had a concern regarding the proposed second story being identified as not being identified as a separate living unit. It appears that it could be one, and staff discussed the concern with the applicant and actually encouraged the applicant to consider a junior accessory dwelling unit, which is permitted on the site and would actually benefit the city due to its inclusion towards regional housing needs dedication. The applicant has indicated, though, that this is not intended to be a rental unit, a junior accessory dwelling unit. With that concern being noted, staff is recommending approval of the project and is available for any questions. And the applicant is also available via Zoom. Thank you. Oh, I'm
Okay.
sorry, and we have one comment. One member of the public wants to make a comment. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Maura.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I'm sorry. I'm being addressed. We have had one concern from a neighbor. Is that what you're talking about? Okay. There's not a written comment, but there was a member of the public that came into the city and called and came in and asked me questions. And I spent some time with her at the counter today, and we discussed what's permitted by right and why the Planning Commission is reviewing this. She was concerned about the existing ADU, which is not an issue, which is not something before the Planning Commission. And she also had questions about the second story addition.
Okay, any questions for staff? I had just one, the talk of a junior ADU, and I've forgotten now because we did 10-2-1709 a long time ago. is it the case that one can have an ADU and a junior ADU
Yes.
on the same property?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, they
yeah.
can.
Okay, okay, very good. No other questions
Oh, I have a
for
question.
staff? It
I have a
seemed
question.
fairly, please go ahead, Commissioner Lawless.
Do we, so wait, so just, because of the junior ADU, so what would the parking requirement be for, if there were junior ADU plus the single family?
Because the site is located within a specific distance from public transportation, there's not a parking
No
requirement for
required
these.
parking at all?
No.
Okay,
Well,
I
there's-
love it.
I know, there
But
is,
they have 3 parking spaces in the driveway, I see,
Okay,
on the site plan.
I'm sorry, Director Seibert has something to say.
I mean, in terms of the main house, there is that requirement for 2 covered parking spaces. However, because the garage was converted, state law then
Right.
identifies that they're not required to
Right.
provide parking
Right.
elsewhere on site.
Yeah.
So it's important that,
I know.
I think you
understand.
brought up that for
Yeah.
a reason, so.
So there's 0 required parking, but they are showing, I think it was 3
On-site parking.
on-site parking spaces in the driveway, because it's a
Yes.
long driveway, so. But my question was, do we, I couldn't read the small print, sorry, and I didn't know where my magnifying glass was, or my husband's, but, so I couldn't see really what the height was on this, in the area of the second story, but what is the height, and how does it compare to the next door condos, which are 2-story condos?
The height, the allowable height is 35 feet, and the height of this at the top is, I'm sorry, I cannot read this either. It looks like 26, it looks like 26 feet. 26, okay, thank you. Director Seibert just confirmed that it is 26.
Okay, 26 feet, okay.
And I don't know what the height of the.
I was just wondering how it compared to that, since we are looking at the second story.
Right, you are looking at the
I
second
was
story.
wondering how that compared to, maybe the applicant could, except he's not here.
Well, the applicant will be available
Okay,
to ask questions at that
Okay.
time.
okay.
Okay, any other questions of staff? By the way, thank you very much, Maura. That's 2 you've done tonight, and they're both quite accurate and complete, and I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I've got a question.
Yes, sir.
And I don't know the context there. I mean, I've seen the pictures, but in the original building, are all of these windows are they changing out the windows in the main building? Are they changing any?
I do not believe they're changing anything in the existing structure,
so
well,
they're-
except,
They're large paned windows and sliding glass doors, and we're not replacing small windows with large windows, that kind of thing, in these modifications, I'm assuming. I can't tell from the drawings.
I'm going to take just 10 seconds here to confirm that.
We could also punt that to the applicant as well.
Thank
to
you.
get confirmation.
That's true. Why don't we ask the applicant? If there are no more questions for staff, then let's open the public hearing and hear from the applicant. Jarrett Owens and Scott Lowry. Okay,
Yeah, hi, we're here.
very good. Please go ahead, gentlemen.
As far as windows, there was a question about the windows. All the windows on the existing house are going to stay. We're not enlarging windows.
Okay.
And then, is there another question?
I was wondering how the height of your new addition in the area of the second story, how does that compare to the condos, the 2-story condos next door? Is it roughly the same height, or bigger, smaller?
Yeah, I think it might be less, but I haven't measured the condos next door. But visually, I think it would be very similar in height, probably less, and probably more similar to across the street at their 2-story house. Probably be something more like that.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Anything that you'd like to add, gentlemen, just in a general description of what you're doing here?
Well, this house is 100 years old, and it has no insulation, and it's got knob and tube wiring, and it just needs remodeling. And
Sounds like my 90-year-old house. Yes.
Yeah, I'm 70 years old, or 72, and I've been in Ojai 70, and it's finally I'm getting around to I can afford to fix it.
Great. Okay. I think that's fine. Thank you, gentlemen.
Oh, thank you.
I'm sorry. Commissioner Trent, you had a question for the applicants?
Yeah, just a quick question. On the exterior, are you using the same sort of exterior that's currently on the house, the shingle siding?
That's the plan, yes.
Okay.
Just
All right.
wanted to kind of keep with the same theme of the existing house to make it look cohesive.
Yeah, we walk by that house all the time, and it's a very unique property.
Yes, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay. I think Commissioner Lottis, you had a question. Was that answered?
I have one more.
Okay, great.
Can the applicant just clarify why he's doing the exterior staircase with the separate access to the bedroom? Because it's an additional, it's a second
Gentlemen,
access.
yeah. It makes it look like a JADU, doesn't
Yeah, yeah.
it? Mr. Owens, Mr. Lowry?
Yeah, I guess, do you want to take it here? Okay. Well, basically, I guess just because he thinks it'd be nice to be able to kind of use the balcony and go out the back, go down into the backyard out of the master suite, as opposed to always using the spiral staircase inside. It's just he thinks he'll probably be using that more than the internal, just go in and out of his room and stuff like that. It's kind of hard it was hard to fit a staircase inside, so it was we did the spiral staircase to be able to meet that requirement of having it internally, but he really kind of would like to just more so he likes being outdoors.
I'm an outdoors person.
Yeah. And I didn't notice, is there a door at the top of the spiral staircase or at the bottom? It's not like you could close off that room from the interior.
I guess you still could, I guess, but it would, I don't know, it'd be pretty awkward.
Yeah. Okay. Vice Chair Nolan, please go ahead.
Yeah, yes, I had a question about the materials. I may have missed this, but the shingles on the side of the building, you say you're going to match the existing one on the newly proposed one. Are those wood shingles or something else?
They're cedar right now is what we have.
All right. The reason I'm asking is not that I don't like that, I do, but I was just thinking about fire, if that was ever a consideration when you were designing this. The flammability of the wood shingles on the siding.
Right.
Yeah, well, I guess when you pull your building permits, they'll say something or not.
Yeah, and this is just to clarify, that's more than likely correct. When it goes through building, likely it'll have to be some sort of fire hardening. Hardy plank is one that I'm thinking of.
And the new roof on the second floor will be Class A, I take it.
That's correct.
Correct.
Somebody could build a wood house though, right?
Chairman Quillisi, I've got a question. I want to go back.
Please go ahead.
I want to go back to my window question. If you look at attachment C, page 1 of 2, and then look at attachment C, page 2 of 2, you'll see the one that's page 2 of 2 shows double hung windows. If you look at the 1 of 2 on that side, you see these vertical windows that are not double hung windows.
Looks like
And
sliders,
the double
yeah.
hung are historically appropriate for this building, and the others are very contemporary looking, generic, windows you go to the hardware store and buy. And I'm just concerned about if there is some, historic vibe to this house, we are certainly taking it away if you put in those vertical windows as opposed to the double hung. And those 3-pane windows in the front are also sort of a signal of you got an unmovable section in the center, and you probably got crankouts on the either side, and
Casements, yeah.
those things are, again, those are sort of 1970s windows, and I just hate to see you take and I have not driven by the house, so I don't know, but I'd hate to have you take a nice old house and turn it into sort of a 1970s thing when there are choices to be made, and you can get contemporary windows of all sorts. So it's not a question of I'm advocating custom millwork, but you can get double hung windows like are shown on attachment C, page 202, which are just much more appropriate. And the ones in the front, I don't know what you'd do with that, but your architect can give you an idea of what your option is there, but that would be my only observation.
I don't know what the original house, I didn't look that closely at the windows on the front. I can tell you that my 1930 house had casement windows, just like the ones on this attachment C, page 2 of 2, with a fixed pane in the middle and then 2 casements. And I came to hate casement windows from having to manipulate those almost 90-year-old windows there. But the new casements that we have that replace them, which look very much like them, like the originals, are wonderful. They're very easy to move and all of that. I don't know what the applicant's plans were in terms of and we had both double hung and casement windows that were original to our house that we've replaced with more of the same, basically. But I don't know, the applicants, what's the existing front of the house windows? I guess that's the west end of the house there.
Yeah, they look at, they're just like in the drawings here. There's 3 sections. A middle section that doesn't operate and the 2 sides operate.
Right.
The two sides are casement? They swing out?
No, they slide.
Oh, they slide.
They're not original then. They're not the original windows then.
Yeah,
Not the original windows.
I don't know that they're original.
Yeah, probably not. No.
Doesn't sound like it.
If they slide, they're most likely.
Okay. We have more questions for the applicants. All right. We still have the public hearing open. Sherry, is there anyone present there or in the waiting room who wishes to speak on this item?
Well, I noticed Jonas is on, but he's not raising his hand. He's a neighbor in the neighborhood, but not raising his hand to speak. So no.
Okay. Then with the concurrence of the rest of the commissioners, I think we'll close the public hearing and discuss this among ourselves. Who would like to start with general thoughts? Maybe Vice Chair Nolan?
Generally, I'm in favor. With the design review, we do get into selection on, the materials, which would be the windows. So we didn't really get a clear answer from the applicant. So that's probably the only item I'm seeing that's outstanding, other than I can almost guarantee when they go for their building permits, they're gonna have to do, you know, make sure the wood is fire hardened,
That the shingles have been treated, yes.
treated, and or something else. But
Right.
I think other than that, I'm okay with the exterior entrance exit. Although, it was worth bringing that up. You know, were they going to do an ADU or junior ADU there? But it sounds like he's just going to use it for everyday access to the back garden, which I can appreciate.
Yeah.
So I'm in favor.
The cedar shingles that are on the existing house are pretty well aged, and I was just thinking about what are the new shingles going to look like, and how long does it take them to turn gray or dark brown or whatever it is they do.
Right, especially if they treat them or stain them, but
Yeah.
that'll be, to be determined. Yeah.
And if you fire harden them, Lucas, what does that how does that affect the aging look of the shingles? Any idea there?
I do not, but I do know that that we would be running this through a building, and then we'd be finding a creative solution.
Yeah, it's still going to go through the building department approvals.
Right.
So.
Sure.
But the aesthetics is up for review tonight.
Yep.
So is he only doing a partial shingle job, or is he doing the whole entire structure with new?
The shingles on
Sounded
the
to me
addition
like
are
the
proposed to
addition was
match
going to
the
get new
existing.
shingles.
Oh, wait a minute, what
Is that
was
right?
that?
The proposal is supposed to match the existing, so it sounds
Oh,
like they're
it's
only.
matching the existing.
Yes,
Ah,
exactly.
that's right, okay. Okay, and exactly what color is the roof? It looks purple, and I'm just wondering, is it brown, like a light brown, maybe?
It's like a gray, probably.
Oh,
It's page 1 and 2.
Yeah, I'm looking at it online. It looks gray.
oh, gray, is it a gray color?
Bottom left-hand corner. The bottom left-hand corner.
Oh, is that the roof?
Those are the colors of the.
Oh, but the roof seems, is it a brown color, light brown, gray?
Like light gray.
Not purple, is it?
The shingles are, the roof shingles are asphalt,
Yes,
and they appear to be a shade of gray.
a shade of gray, okay, alrighty.
And
they don't look too dark, which I give the kudos to the applicant for that, so.
And to Commissioner Chair Quillisi's point earlier, it specifies within the plans Class A.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Commissioner Trent, any thoughts here about the project?
No, I'm okay with it. I know the property, and yeah, I think most of the concerns will go through the building commission. But as far as the outside exterior and the general plan, I think it's good.
Yeah, looked okay to me. Commissioner Bennett, any thoughts?
Well, I do have concerns about the windows, and both in the front of the house and on the side of the house. I'm assuming that the east elevation goes to the backyard, and so that's a particularly offensive pair of windows up there in the clear story area. That, but they're only going to be seen by their own people in their own backyard. But I think the front and that one side would benefit by having a different window type in there. I don't plan to be an architect, so I'm not going to pick them. But
Yeah, the east elevation, those very large, like that trapezoidal window there looks.
yeah, but I don't
Very
care
modern.
about that if it goes to the backyard. It's the west elevation, and it just seems like they just
Street
slapped
face.
some windows on.
That's
It's like
great morning sun in the master bedroom. Yeah. Yes, Vice Chair
elevation.
Nolan, please.
Yeah, I had a question. I know there was just one line item that said all exterior lighting is proposed to be dark sky compliant. Typically, we are presented with, what is that going to look like? And but I guess maybe I just want to be clear. there's probably a existing front porch light and it's going to remain, but are they going to be putting any exterior lighting on the back of the, or any other side of the building? I'm thinking of where the new staircase is. And maybe
Mr. Owens or Mr. Lowry, can you enlighten us on that?
Yeah, currently there is a light at the front door of the house at the porch there. And as far as any additional or any sort of side lighting down the side of the house, there's no plans to add any lighting down there. But there would be at least one light so that you could see to get yourself down the stairs at the back.
Right.
But lighting is going to be kept to a minimum.
Well,
So
and
you
staff,
haven't picked anything out yet, in other words. There's no selection made. You just know that it's going to be dark sky compliant. Is that correct? Or are you matching what's in the front?
I think there's a fixture shown.
Oh, is there? Maybe I missed it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, on attachment D, page 1 of 3, in the lower right corner.
Oh, that's my bad there. If I missed it.
Yeah, no problem.
oh, okay, yes, dark sky compliant exterior light fixture, right. And that's what you're talking about at the top of the stairs?
Yeah, somewhere at that
There it is.
exiting out of the covered porch or on top of the porch there.
Okay.
Just
Thank you for pointing that out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Terrific. Any other thoughts, or are we ready to call the question on item 6? Anyone?
I'll just make one comment.
Yes,
I mean,
ma'am.
in general, I guess I'm a little concerned about decks and that are higher than the first floor. And so initially I don't know, I was kind of negative about the back stairs and deck. But on the other hand, it's not really much of a lounging deck. I think it's probably fairly minimal just in terms of a walkway, so.
Right.
I just think that as a general thing, the commission, I mean, it's good to just, I think, not take a second-story deck as something that we just automatically accept. That's all.
Okay, that's a small deck, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah. More of a balcony.
Yep. Anyone care to make the motion on item 6?
Before we do the motion, I just had one more comment.
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Aligned with Commissioner Bennett. Do we want to, I mean, I know you brought up the windows. I mentioned it as well. Is this something we want to discuss a little bit further and possibly include in the motion?
I seem to recall the applicants saying that they were not changing any windows that are currently on the first floor.
Right, but I guess the thing of it was there is the windows that are drawn, that are done like say in CAD, and then there's a hand rendering and they're different. So I guess the question was, which one are they using?
Could I interject here for a moment? I think what might help with this is to include a condition that the windows existing on the first floor would remain as is.
Okay.
So if there's discrepancy between the rendering and the actual flat drawings, that then confirms what the applicant had already said in terms of
I see, yes.
Those windows at all.
Right, sliders versus double hung on the south exposure, the south elevation, yes.
But can he replace those windows if they're old and tired?
Oh, you're talking about on the first floor?
His existing windows, can he?
Same style.
Could replace in kind, is that what you're saying, suggesting?
And we could include that as, the commission could include
Replace
that
in
as a
kind.
condition as well, to
Okay.
replace in kind.
with Commissioner Bennett's comments about those two high windows in the back, I mean, they really are not in keeping with the style of the house, and I'd be amenable to, I guess we could get comment from the applicant to just cutting those, I mean, just Xing those out, because otherwise, it looks much more in keeping with the style of the house if those two very modern shaped windows are gone. But the applicants could. Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Owens or Mr. Lowry, what do you think?
So you're referring to the one that follows the pitch of the roof?
Yeah,
The east elevation.
Yes, and the one over the door.
Uh-huh. Well, yeah, I'd have to talk with the architect or find out about that, because I think there was some lighting requirements, for that, and being that it only has two walls that you can put windows, and we were trying to minimize the amount of windows where you would be overlooking adjacent properties to the sides. So anyhow, we could find out if we could maybe shrink them down a little bit, but as long as we still maintain the lighting requirements, daylight entering the space.
It looks from the drawings on page 1 of 2, attachment C, that you've got windows on 3 sides of that upper floor.
Right. The north side, oh, yeah.
Including skylights.
Hadn't even mentioned the skylights.
Yeah,
but there's one window on the north side, 2 on the south side, and then the big one's on the east side.
So there's some on the east and there's some on the south, and there's none on the east or west elevation, sorry.
Not on the west, no. Well, there's actually a second floor window on the west elevation on the north side.
Right, but that's a different room.
Yeah. Okay, so it's also a different room where that single double hung window is.
Yeah,
on the north elevation.
That's that's the bathroom.
Yeah. Okay.
But anyway, yeah, we're open to making a little bit of modifications if needs be. The style of this house is a kind of, if you've been by it at all, it looks like a cabin, and
yes,
that style of window, a light window, if you will, that follows the pitch of the roof is actually very common in cabins and such. But anyway, we're open to suggestion, or if there's something that needs to be changed with that, we're open to that.
It might be less expensive to not put the windows in. I
don't know.
Just a small
put
joke.
Put shingles there instead of the windows.
I don't know. What do you think, Jared?
I love to have that. The sun comes up in the east, obviously, and it's nice to have that sun come in.
Yeah.
When it's cold.
That's true.
Yeah, and for me, it's not something that's going to drastically affect the look of the house, except if you're in the backyard. So, if they really like that much sun in the morning, I don't have a problem with it. I agree it's not in keeping with the 100-year-old house.
Right.
But I've had a lot of modifications to my 90-year-old house.
We're surrounded by trees, and it's kind of shady, and so it's nice to get some sun,
Yeah.
This looks very appropriate for the house in that rendering. The ones down the driveway.
All right, so I guess it sounds like we'll let them hash it out.
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Your
All
mic's
right.
not
I just
on.
want to make sure we didn't proceed without clear on that. So.
At least questioning it, right, sure.
Exactly.
Okay, well, are we ready to make a motion on item 6 then?
Sure, I'll
Yes, Vice Chair Nolan.
Sure. I'll make a motion that we approve design review permit DRP 21-011. And let me see if I need to say anything else. I think that's all I need to have to say on there. And leave it at that.
Perhaps a friendly amendment to that and strongly and have the applicant note that they need to confer with the building department regarding fire hardening of the house.
Well, they'll tell them, that's for sure.
Yeah. Okay?
Yeah.
Is there a second to the amendment? Is there a second to the motion? Well, I'll second it for discussion purposes. Vice Chair Nolan, you made the motion. I think you're in favor of it.
Yes.
Commissioner Lottis?
Yes.
Okay. And Commissioner Trent?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And Commissioner Bennett?
Yes.
Okay, and then I guess to be formal about it, Sherry, we need to call the roll.
Chair Quillisi?
Yes.
Vice Chair Nolan?
Yes.
Commissioner Lottis?
Yes.
Commissioner Trent?
Yes.
Commissioner Bennett?
Yes.
Very good. Gentlemen, you have your approval. Talk with Lucas. It's getting late everywhere. Do you want to go on with the last two discussion items?
Make it quick.
Well, I think what I could do is just sum it up in 30 seconds and identify that this general plan is an ongoing process, as I think we all know.
Right.
And I encourage this commission to continue to review the information as we bring it forward. We can put this on, and we have no timeline here. Well, we have a timeline regarding the general plan update, but in terms of this commission kind of massaging and going through each of these elements, whether they're currently within the general plan or being proposed or considered as a part of the update, I think this is one where there's a lot to review, and I would encourage this commission to continue reviewing the environmental justice aspect and leave it at that.
Okay. I think that's reading assignments are always good.
Homework's always good. If we can move on to the
next time.
Yeah, so the next item as well, just priorities of the Planning Commission. I would just note that at the last City Council meeting, there was an ad for this commission, which is the cannabis aspect. So that's been highlighted here. I would suggest that we instead discuss this at another meeting, just to identify what that means. And there's a lot to unpack regarding that as well. So
okay, I'm certainly willing to wait until another time to do that.
I think Commissioner Bennett had a question.
Yeah, I just had a question. Did anybody
please.
watch that city council? I just wondered what the flavor was of the discussion, and
They're looking for creativity from the Planning Commission, but focused on the commercial area. So expanding it beyond
cannabis
the
to the
M1
commercial
zone. Yes. Yep.
So this is recreational dispensaries?
Correct. So there is a lot to consider. What what I think is important for this commission to know is this is one of the items that's been added to the work program.
To the task list, yeah. As I recall, when the City Council first approved licensing 3 cannabis dispensaries in town, they wound up saying, yes, but we need to keep them away from where the tourists in general are, and they put them all down in the MPD district. And that seemed like a pretty much the consensus of the City Council at the time. Is it your sense that they've changed that and they want to mainstream the cannabis dispensaries down the central business district.
I don't want to get into the details tonight, but
And the details are not for, it's just, this is just informational that this is coming.
yep.
Okay.
I don't want to get into the details on this yet.
Yeah.
Just know
Right.
that it's coming, and I can also provide to this commission the staff report and the information that was provided at the last city council meeting.
Which
And
is also
encourage-
available online.
Yep, and encourage the commission to review that, to get themselves up to date. I lived
Okay.
it. I listened to it from start to finish, and it's a lot to unpack.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's move on to the informational items. Director decisions. Any questions from staff members? I'm sorry, from commissioners for the staff? The exemptions we hear about as they arise.
Right.
Then the rest of it is a bunch of miscellaneous permits. That's all right with everybody? The future agenda items, we have meetings each of the next 2 Wednesdays.
Yeah, so I want to first off
It's a busy month.
commend this commission. We are in the thick of it right now. This is our first meeting of 3 that we will be having for the next 3 weeks. So I want to thank the commission for stepping forward and helping staff to clear out some of that log that we've been. I said that we've got a log jam. Well, it compounded itself with the most recent commission meeting that we had, where we took everything off the agenda with the exception of that one item. So in doing that, this commission has stepped forward, and I appreciate that. That's what we're seeing here currently. And I want to also identify that even with the items that we're seeing here, leaning into the new year of 2022, there are a handful of items that are near completion and ready to move forward. So just be aware of that as well.
Well, that's good. And I think we owe it to the applicants to deal with their questions and their asks timely. So this is a good thing. It's a lot of work, but it's sort of what we all signed up for.
Yeah, and the items that we're seeing on here are items that we are finalizing. So I don't anticipate any of these being moved around at this point.
We're going to move the environmental justice element to the 8th.
We could.
We're not
I'd
going
almost
into detail
recommend that
tonight.
it get pushed to the 15th.
And we'll handle noise and environmental justice on the 15th.
They could either be handled at the same time, or we push noise to the new year.
Okay.
There's opportunities. I encourage this commission to continue to review, even as staff brings those elements forward for review as existing elements. And just know that there are workshops and information that's going to be coming forward here as we head into 22 for the general plan update as well. So
Okay.
we're
Okay.
doing our homework now so that we can understand what's going to be coming in the future.
I have a question about the environmental justice. I mean, is there any work to do on that? I mean, I read it. I read the report. It seemed fairly straightforward, and I mean, I'm sorry. I don't want to.
I know. I don't want to get
I don't wanna
into
get-
the
yeah,
weeds on
sorry.
it. I know
Yeah,
there's
right.
when we discuss it at a later date.
Sorry, I'm learning.
And I know at the same time, Commissioner Bennett, I need to have a conversation with you in terms of the general plan update and that process, and
Right.
that's a conversation you and I haven't had yet. So
Okay, at the end of the meeting, I have my calendar.
we can schedule that. Absolutely.
Okay, item 11, commission member reports. Anyone have anything else of general interest, commission, that you want to talk about? I take it our city council, hearing none, I'll ask, I think our city council liaison is not with us this evening. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Then unless there's anything else that anyone wants to bring up, not hearing any, then at 10:44 p.m. Ojai time, I declare the meeting adjourned. And thank you all very much for your diligence, your
rescinded it. Did you send it? Yeah. It doesn't make sense.
Well, he said adjourned and I clicked it off.
He sure did.
Do you,
He sure did.
Don't call me early.
All right.
I'm trying to get home before
you,
one.
do